update the category on YouTube? What? Yeah. They're gonna be so shocked. The first thing I feel like they're gonna say is, "Oh my god, Nova's on time." No, 2 minutes early. 2 minutes early. I know. They better be impressed when they get here. But they usually do like a pre-stream chat, but like start it later because I'm usually late. Yeah, I have you wiggling on mine too. Wait, I don't think that it let me accept it. There we go. Okay. Auto share. I know. I know. Hi guys. Hello. Hello, Lampy and Gaito. Hello. Wow. Oh yeah, I was sitting this up. I'm almost done. Meow. We're playing Hollow Knight. It's in your warrior. Oh, I love the dino dance right after. It's me and Ninuviti. It's us. Can you believe it? Okay, now I have YouTube chat up. Oh, do you need a tissue? Did you take your meds? Oh, good, good. Okay. Oh, you missed it on stream? I am doing display lighting. I'm doing a lighting effect that it's gonna match the game. Mm-hmm. Yes, I am. Mm-hmm. Muted? Oh my god, I was muted on my stream. I'm so dumb. When he said missed it, I was like, oh yeah, he noticed my display lighting and how I'm matching the lighting on screen. That's so wild. Wow. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry guys. I was gonna do a starting soon screen and then Ninu called me and then I was like, yeah, we should just be on the same call because we're starting this at the same time at doing the same thing and yeah. Scuff mic check. Thank you guys for catching that at the beginning of the live stream instead of like Wait, let me see. Let me turn on this controller. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god, I broke it. Wait. Wait, I think I broke the game. Oh no. Oh wait. 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 Wait, B. Wait, how do I stop it? Stop doing this. Stop doing this. Wait. They can't even see what's broken because Ninu's in front calling me a cat. Wait. No. It's okay. I think I broke it. I tried to turn on my controller and I think it freaked out. Stop. Oh, why is it doing this? Is there like what? Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me restart the game, guys. Look, it's still doing it. Okay. Maybe it's because I connected the controller after like I turned it on after opening the game. Hold on. Are you ex are you experiencing any scuff, or is it just me? Hi, Demi. Oh my god. Wow.
On, they
They
would
could
have
hear one
heard.
of us. They would have heard the other person. Incredible.
Oh man. Hey guys. Hey. Hey. Oh, crikey. Guys, it's stuck. It's stuck. I've been joined. Hi. Hi.
Wait. My controller's not working. I might have to do keyboard and
Guys,
mouse.
do exclamation mark current song. There you go. There you go.
No one
Oh.
told me.
No one told me Ninu she was muted. Usually on my starting soon, I'm usually muted. Yeah, let me plus this. Let me hold up. Oh, crikey. Guys, I'm gonna show you guys this.
A lot of time for doing our mums. Enough
Doing your
burble,
mom.
enough burble, 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 enough burble.
Actually, you were 2 minutes early.
Yeah! Ah, see, that's a good friend right there.
I'm gonna turn this off.
I can't. Why is my controller not working, chat?
Hi, guys. Feet.
You pointed out at the start? Oh, whoops.
Do you like it? Do you like it? Yeah. Oh my god.
Unfreaking believable!
Yes. Unfreaking believable. Sniff. Sniff? What? What? Oh, Karin.
Okay, no lo hace.
You okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not working! I wanted to play this with a controller!
Oh, it's not working with control. Ah! What the
No,
fuck?
it's not working.
Maybe it's your Steam setting.
But yeah, maybe. Like, hold on.
There. Controller?
Yeah,
No
it's a controller.
active controller. I mean, I'm not gonna use a controller, guys, because I am not a PUSSY.
Excuse me? Excuse me, ma'am.
Wait. Oh, I forgot you're gonna use it. Ah, okay, it works. I'm not gonna use it. Started muted controller doesn't work.
Oh my god. Well,
Hey,
Steam,
look. I was muted too.
Steam says that it's working.
Oh.
Hold on, I'm gonna restart the game one more time because my
Okay.
Steam test worked with the controller.
Guys, we're having a competition. Whoever makes it to the end, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah.
What is the reward? Head pats.
Head pats.
Scuffed Ninu? Hell yeah, I'm always so scuffed. I was born scuffed. My name is Scuffed.
Yeah, Steam is picking up my controller, but Hollow Knight is not, so I think I might have to.
The loser gets no head pats. Oh. Ninu _ scuffed _ VT. Oh wait, I forgot my kanji limit. Let me pull it up!
Alright guys, we not doing controller, I'm Sag. But
Wait, that's crazy. Have you tried... Okay, well, I mean, that wouldn't make any difference. Have you tried turning it on and off again? I was gonna say, have you tried a different port, but...
wireless controller. yeah. It's not working. Whoa, I think I just touched the rumbly setting.
Oh. Rumbling. It's coming, rumbling.
I want to
Rah.
whatever.
Oh, okay, I will use a controller then.
What?
I will use a
I'm gonna
controller.
Because I'm using keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, I was gonna use keyboard and mouse anyways. Did you have running water to your apartment? Why do I need...
Why? What? Running water too? I'm not a cat! Thank you for resubbing for 12 months.
Maybe that helps. What? Help with what? Oiter?
Running water. At some point, maintenance is gonna show up and fix my bathtub because that water is
Oh.
struggling actually. So we might hear some noises in the background. Okay, wait. I'm gonna take.
Blitter, 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 blitter.
Oh, I love that my chat matches the game, kind of. Wow.
Mine doesn't.
It's okay. It doesn't have to.
Oh wait, guys, let me make it dark, huh? I'll make it dark. Hold up, guys. I got you. I got you. I got you. Nice.
Okay. Forget your hydrate.
Bye-bye.
Your chat makes you hydrate. Couldn't be me.
I've hydrated. Have you had? No, no, I hydrated. Listen. Damn, I almost
wait, I was
spilled it.
drinking coffee.
We are Legion. Legion these butt.
Alright, are we
You
ready
didn't
to
see
press
that.
start game? Or are you still connected
Oh.
to the controller?
Guys, do you like the stream so far? Is it all okay? Do you guys see it? Nino is currently avoid. I see
Oh, I
so
just
much.
realized you guys can't hear the game when I reopened it.
Ah!
This is so fine. This is so fine.
Oh wait, I shouldn't do that. I may delete it. I'm sorry if anyone has epilepsy. Epipepsy.
Wait. Hold on, Nino. I'm gonna
Def.
I'm deafening for just a second.
Oh my god, guys. Let me tell you guys a secret about Nova.
no.
Oh fuck.
Wait, I'm back. I was just checking to see if when Discord was off, if they could still hear the video game.
Ah.
You have shoes so far? Oh my goodness.
Think of the past.
Wait, what was the secret you're gonna tell them about me?
You have nice toes. Oh shit, I spilled it.
Oh,
I spilled it.
Nino.
I spilled it. I
can't
spilled
believe-
it.
Oh wow.
Oh no, dude. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Doxed. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get cancelled. Feet? Okay, let me know whenever you are ready to stop, by the way. Pixar didn't happen?
Let's do 3, 2, 1, go. All right, ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
Oh shit! There's a
Oh
new
shit.
game. I pressed new game.
New
Oh,
game?
no,
Okay,
it's
okay.
brightness, it's
Alright,
brightness.
guys, this is a new game. Alright, this is a new game. Oh, I think I need to change
There it is.
the lighting for myself.
Oh god, there's like-
Nova cheating already? In while beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret.
Let me wait. Oh, are you done? Wait, are you? Are
I'm
you
reading
looking
it.
at- Oh shit!
I
wait,
read the
just
first
started.
one. You
God damn
started?
it. No, in Wilds Beyond they speak your name. Okay, now we're on the same page.
Okay, I'll wait a bit. Oh, it's going! It's going!
Our Savage Soul challenge, man. Oh.
Guts and blood. Oh. Wow! It's a Mogus.
Among Us? Is that
Yes.
a dragoon? Oh no, it's definitely like not dragoon shaped.
Could you believe I didn't say it?
I can't believe it.
Dragoon what? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Oh, look at his little feet.
Okay, he's right there.
Dragoon D nuts. Ugh,
Come on,
got
out
it.
of the way. If I can get the whole
His little nail.
This game is gorgeous.
Yeah, get ready to get annoyed. Wow! Uh-oh. Let me move! Ain't no way.
Whoa.
Guys. Oh, I need to change the controls. Hold on. I thought my keyboard died.
How?
Wait.
Oh, I can't use WASD?
You can change it though. W S Z. Can I do just left click? Dash. Let's do that. Focus cast. I don't know what that is. A. D's nut. M for map. Super dash. Dream nail. I don't know what that. Quick cast. V. Oh wait.
Wait.
Okay. There you go.
I tried to use controller, Paul, and it wouldn't work.
What is this? Oh, is there more? Oh, inventory. Fuck. There you go. And then, oh yeah. There you go. All right. It's looking good. I think. Okay. Oh, wait. What? Why can't I move? Why can't I? What?
Wait, hold on.
Did I?
I'm just checking if my
Oh.
controller works now that we're in the game.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, my controller is not picking
Pagu
up this
bunny.
game. Like, this game is not picking up my controller, so I'm sorry guys, but we're gonna be keyboard and mouse.
Yeah! Ow!
Did I have...
Ninu have nice controls. Which controls? Pagu bunny. What controls? Oh,
Wait, no, that should be... What is Dream Nail? Do I need to use that often?
wow! Plum!
Temper 64 hype, temper 64 hype, temper 64 hype.
64 hype.
Let's go! You need to use all the buttons a lot. Yeah, there's...
I'm just gonna...
Oh, I touched it. Let me remove this. Ugh! That's like 10,000 years, right? 10,001? Oh my god.
Yeah, it'll, like, tell me how to do stuff, right?
Oh my god, so pretty light. Oh, I fell down. Oh shit. I'ma die. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh. Ah! Oh, ouchie! I got...
Oh. Did she die?
No, I didn't die, I just got poked. Bonk him in the booty.
Are you dying already?
Oh fuck. I
can't
can't believe
believe
you've done
you've done
this.
Who's telling you I died? Ugh.
Oh! Higher beings. These worlds are for you alone. Your great strength. Okay, that's too much text already. No. Let me go!
It was...
There you go.
Correct.
Hold. Focus. Oh, I didn't need it.
Go inspect. Shift,
Oh, I'm gonna die here.
F, C, X. Wait, what? What's the inspect button?
Whoa.
Oh, shit. Oh.
Bruh. Am I dead?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Oh, the skull's on my HP. No, I'm really bad with platformers. Me bad with platformers.
Oh, you're so right. It was W. It was... You're right. You're so right,
Are you still struggling?
Yes. Bonk.
Oh, fuck off. I fell.
And then you just I digress. Oh no, there's spikies on the ground here. Immediately. Okay. All right. Whatever. Whatever.
Is she? Platformers on keyboard. What do you want? Okay, look, Novus. I mean, I could play on controller. That's just nerfing myself though.
Listen, I wanted to play this game on controller, but my controller's not connecting.
Let me see, guys. Hold up,
It was-
let me nerf
Am I killing
myself.
butterflies?
What?
What is this?
Aggie!
Wait,
What
I think
the
I
what?
just killed children. Are these am I murdering children right now? What's happening?
Banger MGMT00 gifted a tier 1 sub to HP.
HP!
They have given
Oh my god, we have shared high
4,978
brain!
gift subs in the
We
channel.
do? Oh hey.
Yes! Guys, did you know there's a discount? Did you know?
Oh yeah, it's September.
Okay, what is this? Activating experience control issue. Required to restart. Oh, okay. I don't want Rumble. Rumbling! Why do I have to use
I
this?
want Rumble. What?
Why can't I, like, use... Oh, I can. Okay. Alright, what is these buttons to do? Okay.
Oh god, it's so spiky. Yes! I want my controller. I want my controller, guys.
You want your controller?
Yeah.
There's no
let me
discount on
have
gift
it.
sub. Only new subs. Yes, I made a... Wait, did I write it properly? Did I write the comment properly?
Where the frick am I?
Be gone. Did you try turning off native controller input? Oh yeah, did you see that setting, Nova?
No? Wait, where's that setting?
If you go to pause and go to options, go to controller, and then at the bottom it says native controller input.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Requires restart of game. Okay.
I'll pause. I'll pause it for you. And I'll do it for you. And I'll do it for you.
Turning controller on.
Oh, guys. Is it working?
Oh shit. Wait. I pressed the left trigger button and now it's holding down on left trigger. Wait, oh god. It won't. There's no
Nice.
other buttons.
Okay, give
wait,
it a
hold on.
minute.
Let me-
Oh, I didn't set it up properly.
How do I get to the options?
Where is it? Where's the fog?
Oh, now it just keeps on to.
Where's the
Okay.
fog? I don't see it.
Okay, we're just gonna. Progress will be saved. Okay. We're gonna reset the game.
What is no? Where's fog?
Oh god, I did it again.
Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Okay, so it's off.
I forgot. Wow. Crazy. You guys can't even see the fog. I am the fog.
I don't know. I don't know, Chad. I don't know.
Wow, great. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. I need to. Nope. Yes. Nope. Fuck. Shit. There you go. Alright, let me know when you want set up. The fog is within you. Is it truly a Nova stream if she isn't breaking the game? No, you're right. You're right.
It's not registering my controller.
It's still not doing it. It's still not even when you do the native controller.
Well, is this supposed to be on or off? Because neither
Turn
one
it
works.
off. Oh,
Here, wait. Let
Turn
me
it
try,
off
like,
and then
loading
restart
into
it.
The game. Wait, let me load into the game. so I can restart.
gosh. Thank you for the pinch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Meow. Guys, would you?
Guys, I
Would
think that we
you-
can't play it with a controller. It's a Nintendo.
This is why you can't
controller.
rebrand. You would forget. Yeah, I'm not gonna be rebranding. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, guys, hold up a second. Look at this. See my bald patch? Oh my god, I'm an egg. Do you see it? Why is it? Ugh, God, what? Am I going too fast for my own phone to not get me?
The thing is, Lampy, my Steam controller settings, when I did the controller test, it recognizes my controller. Like,
Bald.
it's set to my controller.
And I'll do
So,
it for
it's-
you.
Steam gets it, but Hollow Knight does not.
Okay. I need to, let me quickly move things. I think it's this one. Nope, not like that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, guys. I can just use keyboard and mouse.
I can do both.
You can do both at the same time.
Yes. Why? What is missing from there? Is there a piece? No, it's just... Okay, it's just like that. Alright. Wait. That's even worse. Turn it back!
Can't hear game Noah. Oh yeah, thank you.
Oh no. Are you broken?
I'm so broken, you know. I'm just gonna do keyboard and mouse.
Keyboard
Big
and
picture.
mouse. Guys, look what I can do. Look what I can do. Look at this, guys. Oh, it's not this button. It's, this button. Look, guys, look what I can do. Oh, shit. Well, this is, awkward. But look, I can change the hair color. Oh my god.
Yeah, no idea.
You're looking ghost new. Hey guys, would you like me as blonde? Would you still accept me? What about purple? Do you like purple? Oh, this is pretty too. And then I don't know what this is. We've got this one, kind of grey, and then that's the one I'm using currently. Ooh, red eye. You know, I like you as everything. Really?
Oh my
Really? How
I like
could
use
you?
everything too.
Even my pee-pee size?
Of course, Nino, of course.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll do it for you. Okay, let me calibrate real quick, guys. Okay. Damn.
Oh god.
Garrus,
recoil?
Garrus, please. I haven't even finished calibrating and then I opened my freaking mouth. Because I'm thinking about Garrus. What can I say? What can I say? There you go. What can I say? Except you're welcome. Not reading the lore. Wait, you're not reading the lore, Nova? Nova, you're not reading?
I will read the lore. It's just I've already seen that lore.
Thank you for the passage, Jake. Oh wait, did he start, by the way?
What? Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. No worries.
I'm back. I'm back in the game. I'm just doing keyboard and mouse. I'm not reading
Okay.
the lore.
I could.
would-
Okay. I could
read that
play.
lore.
I could play on controller if you want. I'm nerfing myself for you.
Okay.
Oh!
It's up to you.
I fail. I fail.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck! Fuck! I fell! No! Okay. Yee. Could I have gone this other way? Oh, I can look
Do I just yeet myself? I'm
now.
gonna yeet myself off a cliff.
Can I join?
No fall damage?
Oh, wait. You might actually win this.
Well, we
how
just
did I
started,
inspect,
Nino.
guys?
I'm definitely
How do I inspect?
going to get lost.
How do I inspect this, guys? Oh, okay. How do you inspect? Oh, I have to look at it.
Beautiful town of Dirt Mouth.
Wait, is this the same shit? Okay, I don't know. I didn't read it. No, I'm gonna get told off for not reading the lore. But I don't know how to read. Parkour! I'm outside. Oh shit, I just remembered something. Hold up a second, guys.
My dreams are in the ground.
Um,
Oh, well, that was sad. Oh,
I'm,
magic bench.
dang, I couldn't find it. But we
Well, I've never read the lore.
before.
I've never read the lore before, okay? It's not that intense of a race between us.
Well, thanks. Grandpapa?
YOLO to go
Oh.
with.
Oh, I did not mean to do that.
Guys, am I beating her? Am I beating her? Am I winning?
I think so.
Mwah.
It's so fluffy!
No, Nova's in the lead. What are you lying for? Wait, she spoke to the old dude? You did? Sheesh. Okay. How do I run? Oh, this button. Okay. Wee. I'm not lying.
What am I listening to?
Oh fuck! Shit.
Gonna go
Bro,
faster.
I am trying.
Grandpapa?
Grandpapa.
Why are you crying?
He's stumped his toe. Tangier takes long, by the way. Takes long. Wow. I'm gonna die. Oh, is it this button?
Okay. So this corner of the map is just Grandpapa crying to himself.
Oh. Oh. Oh, the old egg guy? I think he has a skill issue. Do I need to talk to him, guys? Hey! Wake up! Okay. Okay. Okay.
Do I want to be descending into the darkness?
Come back! Come here! Okay.
Ow.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, wow. Meow. Thank you. Oh, that that was sad. Wait, where's the Tangier routine, guys?
Wait, is that a pit I want to go into or no?
Have I been here? Why does everything look the same? Why?
Who the fuck is humming?
Have I? Wait, I'm just gonna go down here. Whee! Oh, fuck. Okay, well. Well. Wow, wow, wow. Guess Tenji is on vacation. Oh. Oh, I found something. Paper. How do I get this paper, guys? Is this paper? Is paper? Hey, oh,
I feel it in my fingers.
there it is.
Feel it in my toes. These motherfuckers mean to harm us, and they got to go. So come on, get them.
Motherfuckers.
You picked the wrong day to fuck around
Ape
with my
Morris.
tight crew. Oh, there's no escaping it. I can perceive you. Here's what we're gonna do. Me and Ma Boy's gonna mess you up. I rolled a 1. I rolled a 1. Fuck. My boys are otherwise engaged, so I'm gonna bring it all myself.
Is it a hell diver moment? Yeah. Give. Okay. What LB?
ちょっとね、correct this.
Let me in. Oh gosh. Wow.
I'm watching your soul. Why do they keep dropping their souls, you know?
You sold?
Ow, ow.
Oh fuck. They don't disappear, do they? Jeez. This is why I hate platformers, guys. I'm just utterly garbage at it.
That's the crying man.
Secret tunnel!
Heck yeah, I'm killing little guys. I need their souls.
Alright, then I do these. Ew, hell yeah. Okay, wait, let me just go down here. Ooh, waiter! Oh my god! Guys, that's so satisfying. Oh my god, I wanna stay here. Wait, I forgot. Yeah. I am rested.
He's gonna be a little guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what? Bitter.
This seems super helpful. These all seem super helpful. I want to buy everything.
Oh, how many? Oh! God. Rude! Thank you. Eesh. Oh, wow. Open your door. Oh, wait, is that? Oh, I thought it was someone. I thought it was something.
You're so pretty.
Are you sharing your soul with Nova? What's here? Oh, that guy. Wow, I am so directly challenged. Uh-oh.
Okay, so this is probably like the first area. Hi! Time to go back to the secret tunnel.
Oh, secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Guys,
Oh.
you know what's coming out tomorrow?
Ouch!
It-
Silk song.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think I can reach that, right? Yeah, I need to get the double jumping thing he gets.
With your souls.
Give me your soul. Oh, I can't be bothered to find that thing again. What, Nina, what? Silk song! Oh. Oh shit, wait. I thought it was a friend. I guess not. You didn't hear Nino? It got cancelled. Bruh. Alright, I think I can get in there.
Come on, Slow-Mo. You've got to get the lead out. There's no
Okay.
time to be lollygagging. Dr.
Get
Robotnik has the
lollygagging.
Chaos Emeralds already, and you're over here about to drown in the chemical plant zone. So move it or lose it, flat tire. I'll see you at the finish line.
Okay. Okay. I need the Sonic, you know, the Sonic music. Oh shit! Let's up here. Oh my god! Guys, is Sonic Gold just Dragon Ball? Is it just Dragon Ball? Oh, I made it? What's here?
Is the whole point of this just to like grind a ton? What are you? Oh, you're a big boy. You're a big boy. You're a big boy. Big boy. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh god. Oh god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. Oh.
Is this where I meet the friend? Hello? Oh, I got it. Ding. Hey. Hi.
Let's try it again.
Excuse me. Wait. What do you
I
need?
decided I should not fight you. I should not fight you.
Oh my god, please. Is he not gonna take me on a ride? Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh.
Wait, where am I?
What is? Well, it's
I'm
only
in
two places.
uncharted territory. I don't know if I should be here.
Are you scared?
I'm a little scared.
Wee.
What a song. That's
Wait.
incredible.
What is that? You two have completely different directions. I mean... Oh, this is the boss fight. I remember this.
Is this bug hitting up?
I'm gonna come back for this guy. I'm gonna come back for him. Oh wait, is that a child?
Oh.
Kill it!
What?
Oh! Oh, I don't know what it changed. It opened your... Are you kidding? Alright, where's
I don't
that child?
think I should be going on that yet. I feel
That's
like
okay.
maybe I'm in the wrong place.
Where's that child? Bruh.
I want to
Bruh.
collect souls and then buy stuff.
Ugh.
Oh, wait, that was my last life.
Oh no, are you not healing self?
Oh, well, now I am. Don't worry, I forgot about that mechanic.
Oh. Okay. Yeesh! Hello? Oh! Hi, friend. Oh, he's not a friend. Oh. Bonk. Meh, 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 meh. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Be gone. Be gone. There's nothing here, is there?
oh, you're tall. Ow.
Wait, is he the one that makes that sound? Wow. It farted. It farted. Wait, where am I going? Where the heck am I? Where am I on the map, guys? Why can't I
have
see
no
myself on the
idea.
map?
I think I went off the map.
I need a compass. Wait. Do I need to go back to the woman?
Yeah, it was like 220 little bitties. So I'm grinding right now.
Oh, it's right up there. There's a child.
Oh,
That guy over
wait,
there.
is it Caterpillar? Are you in the Caterpillar area?
I've been to the caterpillar. The granddaddy that's crying. Grandpa caterpillar.
Ow.
It's cry. Is it crying? Okay, I'm not sure I can get there. Guys, you didn't see anything.
Don't let go.
Don't let go. Oh God! Why you guys do this to me? I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. Oh shit. Son. Goodbye. You're unwanted.
I'm so lost. So lost, guys.
Oh fuck! I was busy laughing at the sound.
I think I came from this way. Wait, no. This was the new area. This is purple.
Have I been to? Have I been this side? Wow. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've probably been everywhere, right, guys? Oh! Oh! Should I do it? Looks like a mistake. Honestly, it's probably. You know what? Maybe we can be friends. Do it? Okay. Hi. Fuck! I thought. What? Why can't I dash? Why is my dash?
I think we have to unlock it.
Oh, okay. My coins! Don't die, Nova. Just don't die. Just.
Okay. Why?
Thanks.
Find something out? Or...
When you die, you lose all your coins.
all of them?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, ew! It's got babe. What the fuck?
Ah, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, who did that? Daza!
Is it Lampy?
God damn it.
Oh, Daza?
Oh my god.
Look, I'm not accusing you, Lampy, but I am.
Usually guilty.
Yeah. Oh, what is that? What are those? What are those?
Oh shit, I forgot to press W.
Give. What? That was so disappointing. I don't even know what it did.
Wow.
Oh, fuck off! Oh my god! What? My poor little chest. See, it's bloody Lampy. God fucking damn it. Daza dead you? Okay, that's a... It's a child. Oh no, it's not a child. Oh.
It's not the sound.
Stop. Oh fuck! Stop! We are ow! Okay. Stickers are free, guys. See? I think I got it. Stickers free. Oh my god. $50 whole dollars. I hope I don't have to fight it again. Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god, it's a lot of stickers.
I don't feel like I'm playing this game right.
I should probably go up there. Let's go! Oh my god, it's so pretty. Be gone. Oh. Oh! Where am I? Oh.
He spit at me! Shut!
Actua.
He spit!
Thank you guys for the sticker party. Oh my god, Shrek.
I can't
Guys,
hear you.
one day we'll get the crazy party sticker crazy party thingy. One day.
Play any game? I play games. I am a gamer. Oh shit.
Yeah, chaos party. Ooh, another one. Is that where I came from?
Fucking lock new moves.
I wouldn't go up there. Let me in. Oh wow. Which one is?
I went too small.
Oh, I see where I am.
Ow.
Okay.
Ow. Okay, I didn't want to smack that tough.
Wait, so is there a...
Oh, I feel like...
Make it makes... Wait.
This game really encourages murder with the whole, like,
Bugs.
currency being souls, is what I was gonna say. But that's
Scooby-Doo!
Evil Pepe, you get out of here.
Oh. Don't spit! Don't talk to a please! No! What the fuck? Oh,
He
fuck.
hawked do it on me too.
I'ma kill you babies!
Wait, he had babies? I didn't even notice.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, they do have babies.
Ouch!
You shaggy. Scooby-Dooby-Doo! Guys, remember watching Scooby-Doo?
I love Scooby-Doo.
Me too.
Oh my goodness, I'm rich.
What? Oh! Oh no, why? Oh, look at I guess I wanted to get that. Stop! I'm not paying! Leonard! hidden. Hey, Seed.
I am a
Hey,
magic
Ulan.
collar. I am beyond death. I wield the ancient
Nada.
power of Warp Warp.
Ancient power of Warp Warp. Nova, how you doing?
I bought a pencil.
Shit! Hey, when do I attack him then? Oh, what? Okay. Oh!
Are you fighting the spinning man?
No.
They said I rap like a robot, so call me.
Fighting the big boy that's on the right.
Oh my god, I'm so dead. Oh, finally. Boom, boom, boom. And... I'm not sure if we're like in the same area or not. Secret. Oh! Ah! I slammed my penis. Oh, I found a child.
my penis in the car door. You slam your
Penis
penis in the car door.
He had moves I wasn't prepared for.
Boobs?
Moves.
Wait.
He attacked me
I-
in a way I was not expecting.
Wait, is this the map tag? Oh, it's dark!
I
Oh
wanna
shit.
see what happens with my pencil if I go to a new area. Is this new?
Hello?
Why isn't it marking it on my map?
Oh
What
shit.
did I
So there's
put
something I need to fight, huh? Or I just can't go through.
Oh shit.
Let me in! Please, let me in. Open your door. Guys, open your door. Open your door. Open your door. Please, let me in. Let me in. I actually don't like that sound. I don't like that
I
sound.
do not have a map for this area.
Open your door.
I see.
Open your door.
How strict is the code
Orb
there?
new. Hell yeah.
Wait, what is this? Whoa!
Legend. Oh. Oh my god. Look what you made me do, guys. Repeating your filthy words. Have I been here?
Oh no.
Everything looks the same, guys. What does this place look like? I don't know. I feel like I've been here. Is this the... What is different? Hello? Hello?
No?
Hello? Oh, I remember this. Oh, fucking shit. Oh, bury my mother, pale and sly. Bury my father with his eyes shut tight. Bury my sisters 2 by 2. And then when you're done, let's bury me too.
I saw that too. It's their favorite song, you know.
Yeah. I vibe with that.
Hydrate. Wait. Oh yeah, you do want me to hydrate. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. No! Okay, okay. Come back, please.
Am I playing this game right if I'm just grinding souls?
Guys, I don't know what this thing does. Oh, okay. It gives me the juice. Thanks. Hello? Hello?
Hello? What is that? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't have the special powers for these.
Really? Am I not fat enough?
Ouch! Oh I thought I was gonna lose all my stuff.
Oh. I wanna go there. I wanna go there. How do I... Can I get there? Oh, Karin! Outside. Kongoro.
What?
Steins Gate.
Hello.
You've not watched it, have you?
No, I haven't. I think I accidentally walked into a boss fight, but I don't know. Ah, shit! They spit on me!
You got the hack tool treatment?
Yeah.
Damn. Did you ask for it?
No.
That's rough. Go this way. Wee. To the light. Oh my god! Oh, we're not friends? Oh! Darkness! Fuck no! Are you kidding? Oh man, no, I am not falling. Oh, I got my buddy back! Yeah! Hell yeah, baby!
Nice.
Okay, so... I'm just mean.
Thank you. This is so nice. I want to give it like a little resting spot. Aww.
Wee!
Where the frick am I? I like this room. This is my favorite room.
Okay. Oh! Wait. Did you enter the black egg? Hi!
Why are you
Oh,
running?
yeah, I did enter there.
Why are you running?
Oh.
Wait, I think I was here before.
You're a short one. Damn. Why are you running? You're such a weenie. No. No. I'm just not strong enough. Nothing here.
That bitch. Let me murder you. Ow. They didn't want me to murder them.
Oh,
Ow.
fuck!
Okay, this isn't great.
Oh,
Fine,
criminal! Criminal!
I won't murder you.
Wait.
I decided to be a benevolent being and not murder you.
Wait, which side did I come from?
It was up here. Ooh, secrets.
Everything looks the bloody same.
There's a leak in the boat!
What the hell?
Oh,
What the hell? Wow. Okay. Okay, I feel like we've been there. Yeah, what the fuck? Ouch! Ouch! Please stop! What? What? Gosh, why does that sound just like the one I have? Ah, what? What? Was there another path here? You will not take me.
sir, do you have more maps?
Oh no, oh, ascend. Okay, hold up. Oh, let me. I take sadness away by killing him. Ninu's very nice.
Oh boy.
What? What? A little peek here. Okay. I think I've been there before.
Like, have.
We're gonna ascend. The gate. I found it. I finished the game. This is the end, right?
Really?
A stone door with a simple lock. Oh, okay. I found the secret door. I found the secret door. Oh, finally, here. Oh, hello.
Papa nada.
Yum 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 yum. Yum.
Banana. Chicken.
Banana.
This
Banana. Banana. Chicken. Banana. Charge activate power. Yeah. Me.
Papa nada.
Ow, I just like
Onion. This is gonna be Guys, how much so funny? How do I?
Oh no 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 no! I know where I am. Okay,
What's good? Me doing your mom. Doing
Your
me
mom.
doing your mom. Doing your mom. That's what's good.
Oh no!
That's what's good. Wait, how do I
Doing your
put
mom.
my charms on, guys? I should have listened. How do I?
What's this place?
Okay, so you can mission achievement, yeah. Nino, listen to the Nino, well, that's a problem. I actually don't know. Jesus! Can you... Okay, hold up. I don't know how to equip it, guys. Nope. It's not that button. You need to be on a bench. Okay, I'm on a bench. And then... Yeah, that's that. Oh my god, I got it. Equity. And then... Yeah, now I see. Now I see. Oh, hi. There's another shop. Oh, Sly, it's this guy. Miss short. Oh, me. Shoal. Oh my god, that's rancid egg. Thanks. So, is this like a shopping simulator?
I feel like that's what I'm doing right now.
I wanna go home. Okay, this is so long.
Resting at a bench.
I need to become strong, guys. I need to become strong. So I can be the best. So I can be the best. Gaze deeper into the nave. Crush mode, okay. So, okay, there's a part that we haven't been through. Wait, do I, do I do your mom or do I do your mom?
What is happening over there?
I forgot what I was gonna say.
This is you doing my mom.
Doing your mom. Doing your mom. Anything happening? Oh, I got his child. He's got one of his child. Oh, he's happy. He gave me money. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Can I kill the child now?
You know?
Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed
Guys,
to do
why is his mouth so funny? Don't put your peek in it.
that. Oh, and it tells me where I am now. Oh, the compass is so nice.
Mouth is funny. Yeah, look at it. Did you only just get the compass, Nova? Oh wait, you just got the compass? Oh.
How do I talk to the man who's upset with his eggs?
I don't know what button you press on keyboard. Ow! Ow!
It's not even giving me the option.
Come
to react
in.
to it, It's just crying.
Oh.
Go ahead. Take a spooky dookie.
Okay. Oh, so pretty. Inspect. The Pilgrim's Way. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm not keen on that. You know what? I'm not a baby. Oh, first let me level up. I'm ready. And saying Ninu is ahead now then. Yeah!
I don't understand what the point of this game is other than to explore.
Okay, I can't get him. I think I need something. Oh, I actually have to find a boss to kill? Oh, actually boss killing.
Finding two bosses.
Oh, give me your body. Give me your body. Thank you. This path? Oh, it's not this one. Secret place.
We are the realm of high and darkness.
Waft. Okay. I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Hey, I almost got it, guys! I almost got it! Oh, fuck. Almost got it. Wait, why can't I get up there? There we go. I did it! I did it! Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me? Hey, Bongo.
Can I
This is
wall
your,
jump?
your voices.
Oh wait.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Proud of me? Thank you, thank you. Oh. Wait. Hello? Why this? Give me your. Don't give me your babies, please. Oh fuck! I forgot that explodes. Guys, I don't think that oida is good.
Is Glad Oida in this game?
Oh! I found another one, guys. I found another child. Yeah, there's a bad oida place. Don't go there.
I'm really missing a big part of this game because I don't know what you're talking about when you say
Oh.
the children.
The caterpillars. They're the children. Have you not saved any caterpillars, Nova?
No, I haven't.
Oh fuck, I can't believe I did that. Wow. The children! The children! Nova, the children!
What about the children?
Kill 'em! So,
What was that sign mean?
wait, so is that? Okay, that does not mean. Oh wait. Are you kidding me right now? Wait, am I? Oh, I see. This way. Wow!
Wait, I hear crying.
That's the child. Thank you for dying.
This way?
Ooh, okay, let me quickly explore this place. Ooh. Oh wait, we're here again. Wait. Map updated. With what? Guys, so how do I get like new abilities? Is it the same way that I go to the shop? Okay, I can't be bothered with that. Wait. Oh, we've been here before. By going to that boss that just appeared on your map. Oh. Guys, I can literally just farm this one thing. Yeah, I like getting sidetracked. Yeah.
Map today, so I feel like I'm not supposed to go over there yet, right?
Secret. Okay, no secret.
Maybe I should go to where that.
Wait, I've been here, right? This. Oh my god. Let me quickly get some bread.
Okay. Chat, I can't find the baby. Like, it stopped crying. It must be in here. Ow.
Alright, got me some bread. I don't know if you guys heard my tummy just rumbling.
I did not hear it. Don't worry.
That's good, that's good. That is good.
I cannot find this freaking child, bro. What's this?
Nova can't find the children. Nova can't find the children. Wow, really? Ninu, really? Ninu, wait, is it this way? There's a secret path here. Wait. Oh wait, no.
I hear a child. I don't see a child. I don't understand.
Oh yeah!
Oh Jesus! Oh! I'm on the other side of this van. Oh god! Oh god! Ow! Just give me a moment, sir. I'm gonna die.
Bruh.
I didn't die though, don't worry. Like the child sounds right here. Like they're right here. Not a single child inside.
Okay, I think I need to go. Probably.
Start the spring.
Secret tunnel! What does this shit do, guys? I don't feel powerful.
Secret walls. Wait, what about secret? Oh, is there a secret wall?
Gosh. Okay. Okay! Alright, I see. So, I just... Fuck! Okay, so...
I don't
Does
see
this,
it.
like, bounce me off? Never mind, I'm not going. I'm not going there. Fuck that. Maybe I can fly one day.
Oh! I found a child!
You
Oh
finally
my
found
God.
a child! You did it. Sure did it.
Oh
Okay, I'm gonna go
my
to the bus,
God.
guys.
I'm such a good
Wow.
citizen. I'm such a good citizen.
Oh! Gosh, dang. Wow. Stop! Stopping it, Ron.
Ow. Okay, I suck against this guy.
That's hey, Fizzer. I'm blendable. Yeah.
I'm incapable of fighting.
I'll go this way.
Hi. What's this say? You make a fun noise. Oh, it's having children. Oh God.
That's not good. Oh shit. Oh yeah, that child is up there.
Oh, there's multiple of them having children.
Uh,
Stop birthing. Oh God, I landed on it. No!
Did you
I
die?
died. I died. God damn it. My money. My money.
Okay. Oh,
I
oh, your
remember-
money.
Oh, I went that way.
Oh, your money. Guys, I want to go to the store before I go fight him. Because I know I'm going to lose all my money. Hey, shit! Yee. Yee, Sean.
Ow. Ow. Oh, I see. I need like a dash to get through there.
Oh my god. Really? Why so cold? Oh.
Stop hurting.
They made the farting sound when they died. It's up there, I believe. Alright. Hey, it's Fable
Two
cool.
lovers forbidden from one another, a war divides their people, and a mountain divides them apart, built a path to be together and die. Secret tunnel, through the mountain. Secret tunnel. Aindori, I used to break green, sheep pouring.
What? Wait. What did you say after that?
Wait, is that my ghost? Do you fight your own ghost?
Oh, it gets you your money. Just hit it.
Oh, I got it. But I was a little scared.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
This seems like I should have more lives before I go over there.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Hello. Oh, it's a jumping boy.
Gosh. Should I try and get 200, guys, before I go? Oh my fucking god! Thanks, Lampy. Wow, and then I got blended. I thought you guys liked me. And more. Oh wait, shit, wait, I got another child for him. Hello. Thank you for your money. Okay, we got the money. Wow, 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 wow. I'll give you $5 for a tweet. Oh.
I only have like a little bit of lives.
Okay, now I go up, and then I'm ascend. Arise. Oh my god. What's that lid? Ooh. Is it shop? Okay, I think these are just markers, right guys? I don't want markers.
Ow.
I don't need them.
God damn it. He's a bouncy boy.
Madaula. Misu.
I tried. I told you I didn't have enough.
Oh my god.
Just eat treats. Guys, I might go refill my coffee. Would you be okay if I left them with you for just a few minutes? Nina?
Hmm?
Oh, well, everybody's heard about the lizard.
Oh, okay. I'm trying so hard to concentrate. All I hear is lizard.
Perfect. Perfect. You keep at it.
Mm-hmm. Do I get this, guys? Oh, fuck.
Just a small town.
Lizard. Lizard.
He took the midnight
Lizard.
Anywhere.
I'm beginning to feel like a
lizard.
Lizard.
All my people from the front to the
Lizard.
Now who thinks their arms are long enough to
Lizard.
They said I rap like a robot, so call me
Lizard.
Oh my god, we have a party going. Lizard! Oh my god, we have Shanghai train! Choo choo! Party time, baby. But I wanted to get a Nino emote that dances like that. Nova? The party goes on! Whoa, what an achievement! I don't know what that is, but that's so cool! What do you get?
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
What feet?
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
god.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard, lizard. Hey, Nova's getting offy. Think of the past. Hey, look at this. Fucking god, boo! What did you have to do that for? Oh, what is this? Flowers. Flowers. Need an angel. Need a... Oh, wow, okay. I don't think I'm supposed to do that, but there you go. Need an angel. What is this? Oh. Nino ain't salt. Nerd. Heart. What is this? Dot. Actually, you're wrong. And this is book. When it loads up. Wow! Unbelievable. Oh, guys, you know what's in my head now? Lizard. And which one is this? Oh man. And then what is this one? Whoa! Yeah. You guys didn't know I could make an O face. Alright, what else do I have here? Ah! Why is he dead? Seal! Guys, seal! Look! It's you guys. You my leg. Why can't I? There you go. Oh yeah, knife. Knife is life. Oh, you guys so cute. Look at you guys blinking. Blinking. Okay. Blinking. Baby, this is you guys. Pat, please. Pat seal. Oh my god, you got the patting seal. Hey. Look at your little nose. Guys, if we can get a plushie like that. Guys, imagine seal plushie. Imagine! Seal plushie. Forget Ninu plushie, seal plushie. Nova? Did you... I think Nova got stuck in the toilet, guys. Imagine these nuts across your face. Seal new plushie? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No, Ninu plushie? Oh my god, yeah. I do love that one. I do want to get a Ninu plushie. But they have like funky ways, you know. Funky. Guys, you want me to wink at you? You want me to wink at you? Do you like it? Yeah. That's fixed. There you go. Meow, 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 meow. Nova! 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 Where's Nova gone? Nova's stuck in the toilet. Nova fell over. Nova.
That was uncalled for.
Oh, Nova was short and she tripped over her little toes.
She keeps going, Chad. I don't understand.
Nova fell over. I need to go to the toilet now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
tag me in.
Alright. I'm tagging Nova in, guys. I'm tagging her in.
Hello. So, last time we left off on Hollow Knight, I died. And then I went to go get coffee because I was feeling some things. I gotta go get my monies. They're at the place where those two little gold orbs are, I think. I did in fact get more coffee, don't you worry. Oh shit. Wait. Yeah, oh, this is right, this is right. So I wanna go this way. No, stop her thing, stop. Wait, seriously, the babies? Ain't no way I'm gonna die to a baby. I did not die to gravity, Sid, okay? I actually died to a giant buggo in the buggo game. It was totally unexpected. I did not see it coming. let me hydrate. It wasn't gravity! There's not even fall damage in this game. Not even fall damage. Ow. Crushed pelvis? How would I crush my pelvis? Is that some sort of innuendo I'm missing? Oh, that's my ghost!
Nino, did you pee again?
Did I get all my money back? Oh, let's go. Okay, so this is the bug. Please write a long story. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Do you guys think maybe I can be smarter about this? Walk, walk. Ow, ow, ow. Oh wait, I don't have like a dash effect. Ow. This is not going well. Guys, I don't ever play platformers for many reasons. Ow. Eh. Ow! Can we not? Ow! Wait, oh god, he's exploding? What, are you good? Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Sorry. What? Oh no. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Okay, okay, well that's... I killed a mother. I killed a mother. And now the children are going to avenge the mother. I should probably give my lives back. Not that the children are actually gonna kill me, guys, because I'm a gamer. I would never let them, but you know, just in case. Gosh, it makes a lot of farting noises. Okay. Goofy? Goofy! I don't know how to get to you because I don't have any powers.
Please write a long-form story where Ninu gets stuck in the toilet for some reason. Once upon a time in the whimsical world of streaming, Ninu found themselves in a rather peculiar predicament. It was a day like any other, filled with gaming, laughs, and the usual chaos. Ninu had been playing Hollow Knight, racing against Nova, and was filled with energy and determination to win. But in the midst of this frenetic gaming madness, something strange occurred. Ninu, feeling the call of nature, dashed into the bathroom. In their haste to get back to the game, they didn't notice that the toilet lid was slightly ajar. As they went to sit down, the unthinkable happened. The lid gave way, and with a comedic
did Ninu stop
sploosh,
playing for me when I was peeing? Are you serious? Wait, I actually gonna feel bad if she stopped playing while I was peeing. Cause I did pee and then I also like made coffee. She sure did. Oh my god. Oh, that poor girl. I should have told her she could just play the game well. This isn't that serious of a race, guys. It's not that serious. It's cheating again. I'm sorry. I didn't know that she did that. I didn't. I'm sorry. I paused now. Oh my god. Everyone's watching me. Mega cheater. Oh my Jesus. Hello. Hello there. Oh yeah. How's it going, Fable's husband? It's weird seeing you in a place like this. Huh. You can play. Wait, do you want me to play? I'm sorry, Ninu. You guys are tearing my relationship with the girls apart. With the twerking Venmo and trying to tell Ninu. I didn't go see. Oh, no worries, no worries. Please take care of yourself. Oh yeah, this was goofy and I couldn't get over there. Okay. Showing them the truth? I'm not doing anything. I suck at doing this on keyboard. Ow! Oh my god, we gotta go to the store, guys. We got so much monies. I could buy like 2 perks. Stop it. You don't need that many children. Fable said that the Gale art was okay. It was okay for Frankerzoid to do that. Okay, that wasn't me. Need to spill her drink? I'm unsure, but sometimes her tummy gets upset, so that might. I am here to chat with you all while she feels better or becomes less spilled on the keyboard. Or AFK. She's actually missing for more. We haven't seen her since the beginning of the battle, and well, I don't know when she's coming back, guys. So you're kind of stuck with me until then. She's probably fine, but you never know. Ah. Let's take a left. Yeah. Ow. Why do bugs hurt? She hasn't blinked in ages. Well, she's using a wiggle tuber on my side. The wiggle tuber is incapable of blinking. We're about to go and check out the surface world. It's gonna be so good. Her wiggle tuber does blink? Wait, what? Oh, you're so right, it does! Oh my god. Wait. I'm so what's the word? When you not observant? Oh god. Okay. I'm scuffed. I apologize. Alright guys, let's go to Dirtmouth. Oblivious! Ah, thank you. Thank you, Furzer. Ma'am. Hello, sexy bug lady. Okay, we got benches, cocoons, vendors, hot spring, new additions to the shop. Wait, so do I manually put the blue and the red ones on there, or does it just automatically put them on there if there's like a point of interest? I think I should do a bench. Manually? Oh, I see, Interesting bugs. What do the cocoons do? I don't know what the... When you didn't want to spend 50, that may have been your fast travel option. Oh. Oh. Maybe I should've. I thought it was gonna take me to the next area. We weren't done yet with this. Oh, God. That's awkward. That's so awkward. Oh. Oh. Okay, well. Should I? Maybe I should just keep my money then for that. Pro gamer guys, shut up. Shut up! No, I don't know what these cocoons are for. But we'll get it anyway. It'll probably be important. Oh. Pampanada. On the final boss. Hello. Oh shit, there was another shopkeeper. Hi! My cozy little store. Selling all trinkets. Oh god, I just spent all my money. Hopefully you don't have anything useful. So maybe you can make mask shard. Soul vessel fragment. Simple key. Oh, 950? Bro thinks I own a bank? What the? Oh my god. This is the store that sells useful things. Whatever. Whatever. A lot of geo behind as you hurry through. Sure that any loose change. Oh, that's so... God damn, he does have useful shit. Oh god. No. More time to recover after taking damage. Our friend will stay very side. Oh my gosh, I get a little Lumafly. I get a little guy. I could spend almost 2,000 souls and get a little guy. I had to learn the hard way. God damn. It's under the rancid egg. Why would I want a rancid egg? In this day and age, you know, Bug City, I mean, is this the same as adopting a child? Is would I become its mother if I bought this? Also, sorry if you can hear like people lawn mowing outside. There's blue stuff up to the left too. We came from the left, I think. When do I get new powers? I thought he was gonna give me new powers. Laundering? They're lawn mow. Oh my god, I literally see them outside the window. They are outside my... Go away! Go away! God damn it.
Damn. Guess who's back? Back again. It's only me, guys.
I'm muting myself until they go away.
Ninu back? Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, I wonder if they heard me because they just like walked away.
Oh?
Wait, they're carrying a tree? I'm so intrigued.
I looked in the mirror for too long, guys.
Aww,
Don't do that.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I bet you fell in love with yourself because you're absolutely beautiful.
No. I end up dissociating sometimes when I look in the mirror. So that's what happened. Hee hee hee.
Don't worry. I understand, and I have made some purchases, and
Oh.
Yes. I realized that I spent all my money on things that weren't actually as important as other things.
Oh. Did you spend it on like the badges thing?
I spent it on the benches and stuff. Oh, he gave me money for finding a baby.
Oh yeah, he does give you money. Thank you for the pet, guys. Thank you for the pet. Oh, you guys are petting Seal. Never mind. I thought I was special.
I'll give you a headset.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to the bush, guys. We're gonna go to the bush. Okay. I still, guys, surprisingly, I still have lizard in my head, even though I am so brain goof. Only the winner gets headpet. No, no. I pet Nova. Nova pets me, and then you guys would lose. Yeah.
I don't know how to save the child because I can't dash.
Oh no, jeez. Oh fuck! Oh my god! Damn! So, boss is here.
I'm so excited and then he gets so sad.
Thanks for the money. Wait. Am I not going the right way? Oh. It's that one. It's this one. I'ma do it! I'ma fight this guy! Oh, fuck! Can he kill? Does it still, like, count? Oh, shit!
Oh shit! I didn't realize that was a...
Oh, fucking hell! Okay, well, it's good to know that he does that.
If the lawnmower people come back, guys, we'll put it on you again.
Oh, I killed him! Bitch is dead.
Take care of all tablesmen.
He's dead.
I'm not.
You fight that guy. I fought him and I killed him. Are you proud? Eat the lawnmower. Bruh, no. Am I supposed to, how am I supposed to like do up, down?
Hello? Boss room?
How do I don't do it fast enough. Yeah. Oh shit, that's not the boss. Wait. That wasn't the boss? What the fuck? I thought that was the boss.
Oh.
Hey, I guess that's not the boss.
Oh, gee. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ow.
Oh, I was proud of my little self. That was not the boss. Okay, I thought like, wow, I killed it. I killed it, but no, but no, but no. Okay.
Ow. Guys,
I think I have awful memories from this.
Wait, they kill it. Oh! Oh! Oh, I feel so bad! Oh, I just like jumped right into that, huh? Ow. I'm gonna die.
Oh no, okay, okay. Guys, I have no dashes or anything like that. Okay. No! Oh, fucking hell. Oh shit. Wow, I'm fucking cooked. Okay, I'm so dead.
Don't worry, I just died too.
Mother trucker. What happened? What happened? Oh, it's just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. Oh, I don't like it. Why you look scary? Wow. Thanks for the money. Oh, I forgot back up there. Why do I hear water dripping? That is so... Was that the same boss we did? Hell yeah. He's a pain, huh?
Yes.
Is this the right way? Oh, yes. There. there like a seat close to that area? A bench?
Oh, there is a bench close to it.
There is?
That's a good idea. Yeah, it's like
upstairs.
You know, there's a long tunnel, and below it, there's like a little alcove on the left, right below the long hallway.
Bruh. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh my god! Fucking hell! Oh, thanks, man. Oh, a child! Okay, it's not there. Is it? Oh, I don't think there's a bench here, right, guys? There's a bench. There's no bench here. Just the girl. Just the girl. Wait, let me make myself a little smaller so you guys can see more.
Ouch. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Get out of my way, get out of my way, get out of my way, get out of my way. Is this like Elden Ring and my last ghost goes away? Because I died on the way to get to my ghost. God damn it.
Oh, there was an up all along?
Yeah, dude. Whatever, whatever, it's fine.
Oh my fucking god.
Ninu.
Yes?
Guess what?
What?
Blamo.
I forgot.
Wow. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. It's just what I needed. You guys, where is? Oh, maybe here? Oh, fucking hell. I don't like this guy.
I'm not locked in. I'm not locked in, guys.
Oh my god. It's on. Stop. Wait, what the hell? Have I not been here? Oh. Oh wait, I think I have. Is there? This is so much further. I'm just gonna go back. Oh wow. Cool. I fell. The door below the entrance to the bus tunnel. Oh, okay, hold up. One below it, okay. So this one? And we're here? Yay!
Okay. Ow.
They bring me back here. Would it bring me back here? Oh my god! Look at my choo-choo train. Thanks. Where the hell is this place? Oh.
Ow.
Let's get this egg.
Oh. Is this last one? No, it's not the last one, damn it. Ow.
Where's the egg? Oh.
Wait.
Not edible. Oh, what are these? My little blade.
I'm sorry, this feels unfair. Hi, Tess!
Owl. Is it down here? Nin. Where's my wait. Did I miss my ride? I need to go back up here. Where's my ride? Is it further down here? Wait, where did I leave him? I forgot. Where did I... Oh, it's inside the thingy. I forgot, guys. I forgot. Okay, it's not this door. It's this next one. Wait.
Oh, shit.
The train is gone? Oh, he is here.
Wait, I would like to leave. I would like to leave.
There you go. I'm gonna make sure to sit here. So I spawn here. And it's this way. Let's do it, guys.
Hello?
Oh, it isn't. Should I kill him? Fucking hell.
Incredible.
Oh, fuck. Thanks for your money. Oh man, I need to get more of the juice though. Okay, I'll get it from just attacking these.
Hello.
Hello. Wow. Guys, this is it. This is it. What's the best way to fight it?
I did beat the boss, Lampy.
You did?
Yes, I did. Second try.
Wow. Dang.
You gotta learn its patterns. It's like Elden Ring.
I don't do well with patterns.
Yeah, it like charges up certain attacks, and you just gotta like memorize which ones mean what. I don't know if this is the buying it. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Does he
fuck.
have more of those, and then I can get like an extra mass. Oh, I get it.
Oh fuck! You fat ass! Oh fucking hell! Oh god! Not again. Don't do this to me. Oh, I touched his ass! This is gonna be rough, man.
shot. I had you.
Oh, fuck.
I get it. I get it.
Shit. Wait, it's dead? Oh, it's not dead. Fucking tantrum. Oh shit. I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm gonna mark the
Shit. Oh my god. Please get out. Oh god. Oh fuck. I am so gonna die. Wait. This is my moment. Can I get it? Oh, okay.
Oh, I literally walked right into that one.
Okay.
So I couldn't help but notice this giant.
Oh, I got too close. Hey, man, stop it. Oh! Oh my god. Uh-oh. I just stood there and took it like a champ. Oh fuck, I'm so dead. Oh my god. I'm so fucking dead! I'm so dead, guys. I'm so fucking dead. Ah! I hate this. Oh, nothing happened. I'm fine. I mean, oh, look, I can explain. I've no patience. You guys already know that. What do you mean? It definitely works. Hey.
I timed that so well.
Fuck. Let me heal myself real quick. Okay! Shit! I didn't know it fucking took two! Wow. Wow. Fuck.
Keep going.
Wow, wait, why did I go big again? Yeah.
I had some twinkles. There's a twinkle.
Okay. I'm at Goifish. Wait, it did it again!
Oh, I can't make that shot.
Wait, what? Wait. Did I? No, there's no way. I did not add that. I did not add that feature. Hold up.
What feature did you add?
I did? When did I do this?
Hi, you Kai on YouTube, by the way.
When the fuck did I do this? Okay, I'm gonna put a
Wait, is this?
automatically reset hotkey. I don't know what that means. Is that where I become normal? What? I don't get it. Wait. Fuck, I didn't even know. Hotkey. 3 seconds there you
Is
go.
there a dash button?
2 seconds? I said 3. Okay, 2 seconds it is.
Use super dash. Right click is dash. I don't
Okay.
have right click or E yet.
Hey, when did I fucking add this? No, it's who's it restricted? You and mods. You guys, what? When? What? How? I don't remember this. What?
What's happening over there, Nino? You sound like you're having an existential crisis.
Somehow I added the ability for chat to make me big and make me small.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but only mods can do it. What the hell? When did I do it? When did I do it? When the fuck did I do it though? Wow. That was a mistake. It's normal. Wow, okay. That's not normal. Where did it first come from then? Because I see my edges as the first big new, but it is on to seeing it. I don't know. The first one I pressed when I said fork. Give me my money, mate. Wow. It's only $5. It's how I cheese it, guys. I cheese it. I cheese it. Yeah. Yeah.
I keep forgetting I have like a fast travel option now.
Wow.
Oh yeah, he said that there was
Oh man.
He lied to me. He told me to go check out his star in the big to see there's no new maps. He said there was gonna be a new map.
He lied?
Yeah, he did. Freaking cartographers, man. I'm never gonna listen to a single one of them ever again.
Yeah, they usually don't know the way.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. He lied straight to my face. I can't even get anything because I can't. Huh. Don't have to know.
Oh man.
I don't even know where to go.
Okay. Fuck! I forgot how it works. Wow! Son of a bitch. Give me your head!
Supposed to loot the bodies?
Oh, fuck me. Okay. Oh my god, please stop. Oh.
Guys, I kinda like this.
Give head.
Wait, I had to have this simple key, didn't I?
Ow! Shit, Ben. Give me your head. Oh god. Whoa, he killed himself.
Wait a minute. Fine.
Whoa, he's farting! He's farting! Oh, he's so cute! But now he's dead. City crest. Oh.
Having fun. I was trying to break everything and it wouldn't let me, so no, I'm not having fun. Can I go this way?
Have we been here? Oh no, we haven't. Is there a child here? Ooh, why all voodoo light? Hello? Hello? Ooh. Nino, just ignore that chest. There's a chest? I didn't know there was a chest. Oh, it wasn't a badge thing? This is the stone slab. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
The crest or the chest? I opened a chest. Was there a crest? What is it? Is that? Oh, interesting. Maybe is that why I didn't get special powers?
Oh. Oh shit! That's what I need. Oh yeah.
I missed an important thing, guys. That's why I'm stuck.
Wait, I should go back, right, guys? Would it still be there?
It has to still be there. I don't see a crest. The blast power? No, I didn't get a blast power. That sounds sick. It's in here.
Are you kidding?
See the armor in their head?
For real? For real? Thanks.
Oh. Had the
Tour.
insert on the back that would fit into a slot. Oh. Yeah, I did pick it up. I just forgot about it, so I've done absolutely nothing with it since.
Oh fuck! There's another one. Oh shit! Wait, does this give me the white stuff? No. No. Lol, you fell. Oh, come on, really? Are you...
Well, let me equip it. Don't use it.
Is that it? What are those? Whoa! Whoa! What are those? Okay, where the fuck am I? Oh, okay. I gotta go back to the boss room. Oh, fucking hell.
pro gamer guy.
I
so
can't.
we
No.
both die.
Are you kidding? Bro, I can't. I literally can't do anything. Guys, does it auto charge? Oh, okay.
I can't.
Lovely.
I wall jump. Wall jumping is an essential part
Throw
of
on.
platforming.
I need one of your kids.
Ow.
Ow! Son of a bitch! Okay, that hit. Fucking bullshit. Oh my god! I can't believe it. Fuck off. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
This is so cool.
Fucking hell. Fucking bullshit. I'll have you know.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Oh my god! 1 HP in. Oh my god. Still? Oh my god. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not. I'm stupid. Wait, do I have to listen to her?
Oh, Malama.
Oh shit. Wait.
Namino,
Oh.
Get him.
Guys. Okay. Thank God. I was gonna say I did not get enough little sparky things to fight this guy. Oh, and I might also die.
Ow. How fun. How fun.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna.
Okay, the little ones I can hit. I don't even have to jump on their head. Okay.
Good job, Nova. What do you mean the boss? In quotation marks. I would argue that it's really tough.
Wow.
Ow.
Oh. Really? Oh. Fucking hell. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Okay. Oh, hi. It's my soul. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me right now? Oh, hi. Dude, what if my soul just killed me? Hey. Roll. Roll your boat. Gently down the lane. Oh, guys, is this a chest? Are you kidding me? Soul catcher.
Namino.
Hey guys.
Open your door. Open your door.
Soul catcher. What's a soul catcher?
Used by shaman to draw more souls from the world around them. Increase the amount of souls gained when striking. Oh, I have this thing on. There you go. Alright, I'm gonna go back. Was anything here? Ooh. Ooh. Concentrated, don't do it. I gotta go this way. I gotta see if I can get my sheet. Wait, it's the same way? The heck? Am I locked out? Am I? I think I'm locked out, guys. Wait.
Look at this is the guy who lied to me. Purchase unmapped this area.
Oh, up here, this thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeesh. Does this break at all?
Oh wait, no, I want to go to this house.
No, it doesn't all. I don't think there's anything up here, right? He just fell and died. He just fell and died.
Wait, you got fall damage?
Where? Who's crying? Well, I can't get there anyway, so we'll just... Thanks for the booty.
Okay, guys, play well ahead. Shopping simulator in the go.
Oh, hi.
Wait, before we get to the little medallion,
Sean. How many hits do I need to do to it? Guys, I'm kind of loaded with money. Wait, if I can get like 50 more?
She's just bragging. She's bragging, chat, because I'm broke as fuck.
How broke are you?
Well, I can't buy anything from the fancy store, man. I don't know what's more important to buy.
Oh,
wait, that's not thing.
I'll come back. Oh wait, I should have just... come back again, they spawn in here. I can run this from here, right? How much did I get? $3 fucking dollars? Oh wait. Let's see. 5? Oh, nah, find something else. Did I go here before? Oh, I did. Can I even get up there? I think I can. Wow. Okay. That's sad.
I need to do that I couldn't do before without the flame boy.
Ninu Shifu of Hollow Knight. Sensei, what wisdom do you have for us? Are you asking AI or asking me? If it's me, the wisdom is don't shit your pants. For today. Come here. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, what's in here? Oh, I can't reach it! Hey.
Oh wait.
Okay.
See, if I had the like coin capture thing.
I must. You've already done that? Oh no, geez.
I have not done the coin catcher thing.
Wow. Okay, I'm not gonna chase after you. I ain't got time for that.
I forget that it birds even when
Wait, there's nothing here, right? Yeah, there's nothing here. Just scam, just scam. Okay, don't wee-wee yourself. Go up there.
This guy's he's legit goofy.
Oh. Wow, are you kidding me right? What the fuck? Oh my god. Fucking scam. Scam, bro. I just need $3 Ain't no way. Stupid. Did I even get up there? Nah. Speaking of the wind, no return. Okay, now we go. Now we go. I didn't have to do that, but what if I accidentally die? If I accidentally die.
The marker. Okay, so this is important. I think this is the key.
No!
Did you beat the boss, Nino?
Yeah.
Very
Finally
good.
did it. By this, guys, did you find it? So leaving a lot of geo behind as you can. Okay, what is this? What's more than it? I like to guide your way. Oh, okay. It's cute. What's this? Oh, this is what I need. There's no way. Are you saying I have to save up all that money for that simple key? What is this? I'm just gonna buy this. Oh. Oh. Okay.
I don't know where else I haven't been able to go without the power.
Oh wait.
I could probably take on the big boss or like mini boss guy.
Did I get this, guys?
Wait, can I Kamehameha the ground?
Kamehameha?
Yeah.
Give it a go. Hey, Barracks.
Bapanada.
She's just Marcus. I don't want Marcus.
Why? Why? Would you like a hint, Nova? Yeah.
Amisodo.
There's a spitting guy.
Spitter.
Oh, did I not kill him?
Yeah.
I can't remember who I've killed and not killed. I guess that's why the markers are helpful to buy.
Damn. Now I kind of regret not getting that thing, guys. Wait, I should... Oh, I need to go down. I think. And then I gotta... this way. Oh, fuck, not this side. I'm gonna go from the long way.
I can't kill the child. Not that I tried to, chat. I was trying to break the jar that the child is captured in. I wasn't trying to kill it.
Oh, gosh. Why'd it have to be so short?
I ask myself that every day.
Oh, no. No.
It's over here.
Have I? What's this? Not the...
Different area. One of those secret walls chat was telling me about. Ow.
Stupid bird.
Well, this looks like I should be able to wall jump it.
Well, there you go.
But I don't know how to wall jump yet.
Oh. Yeah, I'm guessing I need to get the light thing for that part. Okay, and then over this side is the cartographer, right? Right!
This?
I thought it was, but I guess no.
Oh yeah, this guy!
No. Thank you for the heck.
Ow. Thank you, Lampy. Oh, that doesn't look like I should touch it. I should have touched that. Shit. Oh, Jesus. It's fine.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. like how foresty it is here. Oh my gosh.
Wait,
like,
guys,
I'm
hold up.
tickling the forest.
Is he gonna come back?
I'm tickling the scenery.
Ah, shit. He's not back. One day he'll come back.
Oh, it's a map. This is new. Oh god.
You made it?
I am in a green area.
Green area? Oh, with the bad water?
Ow, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna head there. I'm taking the long way around. I'm taking the long way. Wait, we should check on. Did we like put the mask in here? Wait, where's that guy gone?
Oh sh.
Oh, she died, didn't she?
Sucks.
You the
No, I
best? No,
didn't. I
you the
didn't.
best.
Not die. Oh.
Thanks.
I like the birds.
Wow.
Wait, if I don't have a map of this area, does that mean that me
You need-
adventuring here?
Do you need to find another
need-
cartographer? No. Ain't no way I fucking felt. Whoa, what was that? Hold on.
Let them hold me, okay?
Oh. Nothing. Thank you. There was nothing. Okay, fuck that. I'm not going up
Oh,
there.
there was a pretty lady.
Oh, what is this? Sorry, Missy. In the oh, okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is the voodoo place. Okay. So I need to go, I believe. I believe. This way? Okay, and then this way.
Oh shit.
Wait. Is it really this way? Am I going the wrong way again? Maybe it's... Oh, this is awkward, huh?
Well, this is certainly dangerous. I need a map. Did you go back to the map guy after you went to the green area? And like, does he have a map for the green area?
No, I'm going there now. I'm gonna go to the cartographer. He's back in the village. I believe he's back in the village. Oh, I see. This is the green part. Okay. Oh, yeah, here. Let me go here. Check on the eggs. Woohoo! Hello. Money! Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, wait. Ah, this way?
Forgot about
And
you.
then... One up here. And then this way. Where is he? Is he in here?
Bapanada.
No way. Wait, where is he then? still have it? Wait, what? Where is he? I know, but, like, the thing is, I need a shitload more money. Where's the guy, though? I thought he said... This is the drift, Dirt mouth. Is there another house somewhere? Hey. Hmm. Oh wait, hold up. No, not even here. Where are you, stinky sir?
He said he was going back.
Yeah, that's
He's
what I
not
thought.
back.
I'm here, but I don't see him.
Do we have to find him in the new area?
Wait, is he in the new area, guys?
No. I think so, yes. We do have to find him? Oh, man.
Oh, okay. Dang.
Alright, time to blindly go back and explore.
Yay, me too.
Ooh, nice. It looked really fun, Yokai.
Oh, I remember some. Whoa! Oh, fuck off! Come on. Are you kidding?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Sean. Oh, that was so satisfying. Guys, why does it... Anything here? No?
Toss yourself.
Going for... Did you fall over?
No! Why would I would never?
You fell, didn't you?
No.
It's okay if you fell.
Oh, secret.
Oh shit! Okay. Ain't no way. Okay. I don't think I like those. I don't like them. Oh, pretty birds. Oh my fucking god! I fell in. I did a Nova.
Did you just say you did a Nova?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
I fell in the order. Holy fuck!
Yep.
How many hits? How many hits? Okay. Then it explodes again.
Oh shit. I didn't realize how speedy they were.
Okay. Oh my god.
No! Frank is like, you do not have to. Oh, that's so good. I appreciate the thought. Please spend money on yourself before others.
Damn. Oh my god, guys, look what I found! Wait, she just left! She saw my face. Into your face! Nya, 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 nya. Why is this so sussy? Oh gosh.
Oh, I squashed a bug.
You did?
Wait, shit. Oh. I hear him. I hear him.
A child?
No, the
cartographer?
man.
Hell yeah.
I found him.
Where he at? Somewhere.
Like if you go all the way to the left when you first enter, and then down, and then all the way to the right.
Oh, okay. Oh, fucking hell, brother. There's nothing in here?
I hear a child.
Damn. Oh, I like how all the like leaves just. Ah, okay. Is this like? Do I have to like Goomba stomp it?
Oh shit. Meatball, thank you so much for subbing with Prime. I love this
Amazon
game.
Prime?
I actually,
Okay,
I
don't
am enjoying it a lot. Actually, I wasn't sure at first because I was confused, but when chat gives me hints when I get stuck, that's super pog of them, you know.
Poggies. Poggies.
But I actually do really like this game. I would not mind. China. Ow! Trying to play Silk Song when it comes out. God, I wish I had gotten that perk. Makes more fun too.
There.
Hey, don't die. Thank you, okay? It's the lady!
Woman?
The pretty lady! I saw a pretty lady, Ninu!
Oh, you saw her? Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Ain't no way. Wait. It's the bloody same path. Wow. That's wow. So directionally challenged, huh? I'm up there. Ugh. Oh man, I can't get up there. Excellent. Excellent.
Ew. I feel bad that I'm murdering everything.
Oh, shit. Don't lie to me, there's a path here. I sense it. Up here? Ah. My senses have failed me. So?
You said you're super polite. Yeah, you are. I really appreciate it though, seriously.
Oh, what? You fuck? What the fuck? Stupid ass bush!
Oh god damn. I think that we ran into it at the same time, Ninu.
You found it? Stupid bush.
The bush monster?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whoa,
it ran
what
at
the
me.
fuck? How do I know where it comes out from?
Oh, you're right, Meatball. Thank you. Oh shit.
Oh my god. Are you bullshitting me right now? Stupid. Stupid.
Ah! Oh my god. No. Ow.
Wow.
Get back here. Oh, I see what I have to do.
Liquid ass.
No, never mind. I don't know what I have to do. Okay. I guess I could have used my shooting ability, but that just didn't.
Yeah, son. Oh, I've got nightlight on. Let me turn it off.
The lady! The pretty lady!
You found her again?
Yeah.
Women. Nova, I have not found this guy.
Okay, so when you first entered...
This guy has AIDS.
Yeah. No, do you remember where you entered the area?
Yeah.
Okay, go there and I can guide you.
Okay. I can kill birds? Hell yeah.
Can?
Yeah. Stupid witch, come here. Yeah. Be gone. Okay, this is the starting area, right guys? Right. Right? Right? Why does everything look the same?
Once it's not green, you're at the beginning.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm in the beginning now.
Okay. So basically, go
Up the
all
bottom.
the way to the left. Keep going left until that one cliff where you first saw the pretty lady.
Yeah.
And then get to the bottom of that area. And then go right. So let me know when you're at the area where the pretty lady was.
I think it was still further. Okay, when did we see her? Damn! Are you sure? Okay, hold up. Guys, where did I see the pretty lady? I think I went the wrong way.
Did she find herself?
Wait, hold up. I've just been going left until I found the place.
Good.
Wait, I think maybe it's this. Wait, it's not here either. Shit! Is this where we saw her? Yeah, this is where we saw her. Okay. Where do I go from here? Where pretty lady is?
You found it? Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
Okay, so she was on that cliff at the top left of this really tall tunnel-looking thing.
Yeah.
Now all you have to do is go to the bottom of the pit and then go right and keep going straight. Don't go down after that. Just like get to the bottom of this area.
All the way to the bottom?
To the right. Yeah, go to the right of just like this little tunnel section and then go take the tunnel at the bottom right. Yeah, take the tunnel at the bottom right and keep going straight right. Keep straight right.
Can I just here? I didn't know I could actually do that. No. Wait, guys, can I slam? I slammed my penis in the corridor. Hell yeah. Oh, come on. Okay.
Ow.
Haha. Oh, wait. God, don't want to be here. Oh my fucking god. Hey, I didn't get warned. I hear him. Hi. I found him. Thank you. Thanks, Nova. Thank you. Yes. Yahoo!
Thank you so much for being here, Frank. I appreciate it. Why everything from I will say there has been something on Throne, and it's not empty. Okay, you can't yell at me for my throne being empty because I have something on there. Okay, it's just not a plushie because I bought myself a plushie the other day.
You did?
Yeah, it's a cute little black bear. It's adorable.
Oh. need to
To
get
be clear,
more.
Daza, I did not tell him to do that, okay? I did not. I really think you guys should spend money on yourselves and your needs and wants and everything before you like donate to anybody anybody, okay?
Yes.
I don't think that I'm worth that much of a big donation, but I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Wait, this way. Oh wait. Fuck, I forgot. Oh, where's the? Oh, the hole.
Shame. No, I appreciate you guys. You don't have to buy me anything, guys, okay? Nothing. You don't have to spend any money to be here for me to be grateful, okay? Okay? I just...
You for the price of one.
Just you guys being here means a lot, because I would be playing video games anyway, and the fact that you guys can help me with
Are you
my...
kidding me? Oh my god. That's okay. It's okay.
Oh shit.
It's okay. Everything's fine.
Oh shit. 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 Ow. No. Ow.
What's a little pain, huh? What's a little pain, huh, guys? Huh? Fucking hell. Alright, don't do that.
I can't give a refund. I'm sorry. I don't know how. But if you do want to backlift then having me work with you, I don't know.
Is everybody just paying everyone else's rent? And not their own?
Yeah, seriously, please take care of yourself. Hi, Dice!
Oh my god. Am I going the right way? Yeah, yeah.
Wait, this area isn't green.
I don't want your liquid ass. I don't want your liquid ass. The bluey. Hey, Desert Eyes. Parkour.
Okay, I missed twice with that.
Where's my soul? Be gone. Oh! Okay. No exploding. Oh, there's my soul. Soul! Come to me. Nino soul.
Ow. Guys, I don't know how to fight this.
Be gone. Nino soul. Yay! Got all my money back.
Oh, I got it.
Safe.
Sheesh.
It was just below.
You okay?
Did you have a soul to begin with? I don't know. I feel empty inside. Oh my god, I saw her! Yeesh.
This thing's called that. Oh, my weapon have a cool name.
For real? For real? For real? For real? Oh. Ooh. Oh, what is this? Yay! I hit. Cause I fit. Empty inside. Are you?
Oh!
Filthy! Wait,
Oh,
why
God.
do they look
Oh, God.
sad?
I'm so gonna die.
Gonna hack to her.
I guess
Oh
I
man. Ooh. Does that thing help me? Cross? Guys, wasn't that really cool? Didn't I do something cool right there? Do you like my cool ass? Oh my god! Bubbles.
Bubbles?
Yeah, I see bubbles.
You found bubbles?
Yeah, on bubbles.
Lucky girl.
Fog Canyon. Canyon these nuts. Oh, electrifying. Oh. Oh. Oh, whoa! Okay. Nobody pull me that fucking hell! Oh my god! Are you kidding? Okay. Wow. Please. Don't kill me. I just need a little bit.
How do I get my soul?
Yeah. Oh.
Guys, does anyone remember? It's my soul.
Dude!
You had to go up and
It
down.
takes 2? Okay, that place is not nice. Who's winning? I think we're like in the same place, really. Act 2. Wait, which way did I go?
What? Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Guys, come here. Oh, fuck off. Wow, okay.
Thank you, Barrett. I appreciate you stopping in on YouTube.
YouTube. Oh, there's a building. Ooh, it's dark. Wow, okay, I don't like this. Okay, definitely don't go that way. Definitely no.
Where's my soul? Where's my soul? Guys, I don't know where my soul is.
Oh. Don't fall in the water.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Fuck, I should have waited. Hame! Hame! Ha!
Not up here.
Thanks. Oh, oh, okay. The bubbles, guys, the bubbles. Where's my soul?
Oh, there it is.
Oh. Where's my soul at? Oh, this is a whole completely different place. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. These little ones are okay to hit. Where's my soul?
Hey, place. Died same place.
Oh fuck, oh fuck! Oh my god. Oh, I found my soul. Okay. Now, I just gotta... Bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Me too.
My own soul fucking killed me. Oh my god, please. Get me out of here. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Can you believe it, guys? Can you believe it? Can you believe it? No redemption. Wait. I just need to get to my... Okay. Holy shit. Am I gonna Oh, fuck off! Okay. Holy shit. I thought I was gonna die. Yeah, you're gonna die, man. Well. Oh my god. Breathe. Breathe. Ah. This is fine. Parkour! I want to find, like, a place... Wait. I need a map for this area. I should probably get out from here, right? Because the cartographer's not even gonna be here. Unless he is. Hello? Am I gonna learn? Am I gonna learn how to swim? Okay, that does nothing. Oh my god! Shit! I am so scared to hit things. Wow. Wow. Skills. Skills. Parkour these. Go on. Guys, I have a feeling I'm going the wrong way.
Is there such a thing as a wrong way in this game?
I don't think so. Wait, is this... who's she?
Oh, Bakura Finello.
Hello there, dearie. Hello there, dearie. Millie Bella. The banker. Banker? A hunt. Guys, wait.
Bada.
I don't have it. I don't have... Wait. My soul. I forgot about my soul. I need to go back. I forgot about my soul. Wait, no. I did get my soul. No, I didn't. Did I? I forgot. Did I get my soul or did I not get my soul? I forgot. Did I screw myself? You got your soul, but you died. And then I lost all my money? Who that guy? Oh.
Goa, nu går alla Mac.
He stinks the food, okay. Me. Oh my god, I thought there was oil down here. Oil. Something is shiny. Oh, this looks like a boss area. What that? Do you know how much money I had? Do you know how much money I had?
How much did you have?
Over 600.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Oh. I don't have money. Dang. Fuck. I was paying attention to that part, sadly. Yeah, I had a lot of money. Had a lot of money. And now I find out there's a bank. There's a bloody bank. Wait, this is the same. Oh!
Wait. Oh. Ow.
Are you friend? Oh my god! Is it Giraffe?
Ow, ow. Wait, can we go on a date instead? Wait, oh god.
What is the purpose? What is her purpose?
Oh shit.
What is your purpose? Oh, he left. Wait. I think I can get up there. Oh, fuck off. You kidding
Guys,
me?
that was the worst first date ever.
Wait, what? With whom?
I'm not telling you because then it would be spoilers.
Oh, is it Dead by Daylight thing?
Maybe not. Oh, jeez.
Wow. Isn't they gonna tell me? What the fuck?
No.
Yeah, it was a lot of money, man. A lot of money. And now I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to, like, not hit the big ones.
Ow.
Can I touch its tails, though?
That was so bad. I got frozen. Oh no.
Oh god. I think I can touch its tails. Its legs, I mean. Okay.
I like that it
Where's the money, Lebowski?
Not that I had much to save, but I like that it puts it there.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I couldn't go this way. Oh, I believe there's nothing there. Okay.
Ow. Ow. She says the same thing for multiple things. Ow. Bruh.
Oh, fuck off! Really? I don't wanna... Okay. Guys, I think I'm gonna have to kill this. Wait, can I?
I'm struggling.
Go higher. No.
Because if it was the same line for the different... Like, if it was different lines for different...
Oh, fuck!
paths, it'd
Oh,
be easier.
shit! I dodged it.
Oh god, I walked right into that.
That was cool. That's cool dodge, Ninu. That's really good. Okay, that one, no, that hurt like a motherfucker. Shit. Okay, I just gotta make sure that I have at least 3 scullies. Yeah, let's go. 6 bullets inside.
Can I heal in this? Oh, I did. Oh, good. Okay. Well.
Oh.
Damn. Really? This is hard.
Wow. Okay,
yeah,
don't do that. Oh, are you? No, please. No, my soul. Bruh, ain't no way. I need to get out of here.
I just got hit. Oh man, my soul took one of my lives. Beat that
I
woman
just
up.
got fucked in
You're
the
a
ass.
terrible influence. Terrible influence.
Oh my god, all the way here. Oh man.
Oh god.
I think Nunu is cooked. You could say that again. There's a fucking hole. Oh. There's a fucking hole. Is it a bad word? Also guys, why don't I get any money for me, huh? Why do they not give me anything? And they just look... Fuck! Oh my god. Please! Okay. Can you... It's fine. Thank you for the stretch. Oh god. Oh.
Ow.
Oh. My god.
Oh god.
Giving me timbers.
Ow.
Was it here? I don't think it was here. Parkour. Parkour.
And we got some.
Wait, which part? Did you get to the jellyfish place?
No, I'm not doing... I haven't gotten to jellyfish. I'm doing like a boss battle that I can't beat.
Oh. Hey! Oh, fuck off! Are you... Guys! What's the fucking point? Am I right? Bruh, can I like... Where's my soul?
Oh shit.
Where's my bloody soul?
Okay. Okay, I can't even touch her hat. Ow. Bro, okay, this is not the run. This is not the run.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's fine, it's fine. Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Oh my god.
Everything is fine.
I don't know, Ninu. I think I need a hug.
Hey. Hey, I lost $600. 600!
That's a lot.
Yeah. I'm so proud of my collection. I'm fucking out of here. Bruh. Hi. Oh no. I'm having a great day. Is there a path here?
Oh shit.
Oh no, wait a minute. No, geez, no path. Okay. Just gotta get out. Just gotta get out of here. Wait, what is that? Stone Sanctuary. You missed! You missed! Hack tour! Luigi.
No, she was standing on me. No! I'm actually gonna punch her. I think I need to. Oh.
Okay. Secret! The White King's Road shall face the law. Who the fuck is that? Oh, I don't want you to read it again.
I cry so hard.
In the end, it didn't even matter.
I'm just gonna sit on this lovely bench and listen to the beautiful music for a second.
Hey, Anna. Nah. Hey.
Doing water and walk it off just like
You got this, Nova. I believe in you.
But I don't believe in myself.
But you must.
I don't know. I don't know how to go on. I just in the moment it's really bolster my own spirits.
Okay, I think I know which boss. This is the boss, isn't it? Isn't it, guys? Fuck. I need hold up. I need to find a bench. Cause I don't wanna start it in the freaking jellyfish place. Can I like hit them mid-air? Does Ninu know?
Yep. Know what boss I've been fighting? I don't think so. Although I don't know what boss she just found. It could be the same one.
Was there like a lot of flowers around?
No.
Okay, so definitely not that one then, huh? Not boring.
Yep.
Okay. That was so sussy-wussy. I have not found a sea, guys. I have not found the sea yet. Me and my humble 24 points. What the? Oh my god! Oh my god! I almost fell to my death there. Oh, sheesh! Nova, wanna know how much coins I have?
Oh shit. Yeah.
Am I close? Do I see?
Shit.
Ah, there we go, this bunch there. Ah, I killed him. Alright. This is, like, very far. very far.
Shit!
Damn. Wow. Oh shit.
This is hard.
Breathe, girl, breathe.
I forgot how to. I forgot how to. Okay.
Stupid. Flying. Bird.
I want to know how far Fable got in this game.
Yeah. I don't think she got far, did she? She's small baby.
She had a couple. I thought she had a couple of streams at this house.
Yeah, but she's. Oh my god. I forgot where the thing was, guys. Oh, this one. Is it here? Wait, no, this is. Wait a minute.
In through your
Okay. Oh, wait. What did I put there? There's nothing there! Oh, there's a child here. Oh, okay. Hey. Bibbidi boppidi boo. Skibbidi dibbidi doo. Oh.
Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Oh my god.
Go further down.
Okay, this is not the run. This is not the run, guys. I was too relaxed. Yeah, I was too relaxed, guys. Don't worry. Okay, this is the one. I got distracted by
Is it here? It was here, right? Hi. Oh. You approach fearless. Are you a hunter like me? You feel. Oh. Hunter's journal.
Oh.
Here. Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
It's. Cool. It's all the things I played with. What the hell is the journal? Oh, okay. It wasn't a boss, it was just a friendly person. Yes, see?
Ow, I keep touching her on accident.
Have you, been cheated? Not touching her. This way. Oh, wow!
Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah. You fat ass. Oh God. Oh bloody hell.
Oh shit.
Oh gosh. Holy fuckaroonie. No! Is this one again?
I hate everything. I hate this light. This woman is not my true love. She's not my true love, chat. I think genuinely that even though we're not married, I'm filing for divorce.
Damn, that rough, huh?
This relationship, over. Just over. I gotta go rage pee. I'll be right back. Oh my god.
Rage pee. You got this, Nova. I believe in you. I still believe in you. You got this. I think I have a feeling. I must be getting close to it. Oh, fucking hell. Whoa. Chill your ass, Bubba. You... Fuck off. Took 2 Christmas? Wait. Oh my god. Okay, let me try again. Wait, I need to run. How do I run? What's the button to run? How do I run? How to run? Okay, calm you. Oh, fuck off. Holy sh... Oh, I found her. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh my god. Such a mistake.
Okay, are you at the part where I'm knocking my head against the wall?
Oh.
If you get it first try, Nino, I swear I'm gonna be so happy for you, but also...
No, but I'm not good at platformer games. Don't worry. Oh my god. I feel like I can go through there. Are you kidding? What? Oh, that's fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Are you kidding? Wow, please don't. Sounds lame. Stupid! Is that a seat? Oh, I thought it was just a seat for a second. Oh, there is a seat there. Huh. Huh. Minecraft movie, guys. Aw. Aw. Oh, wait. Yes. Why is everything money? Huh? Huh? Oh, wait. I'm gonna... Oh, that it's the... Oh, I see.
Frankazoid, I'm no longer in love with her. I just need you to know. We could have had such a great life together, and she done fucked it up. Oh my god.
Too bad. Damn, I can't believe you actually fight her.
Oh my god. This is not the run. I just got hit by her like 4 times in a row.
Just don't do a Ninu.
Oh my god. What's a Ninu?
Ninu is just like not being tactical, you know? Just
Oh no, I was trying to... Whatever.
dodging.
It's okay. I can't, dude. She sucks.
I'll believe in you. Oh man. Oh. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I can do that. Bitch! Dead. Okay.
Shit!
Wow. Guys, imagine if I die to like a stupid bush. How sad would that be?
Guys, did Ninu find this boss that I'm fighting?
No.
Coffee break, recollect? Nah. I just took a rage pee. We're good. We're fine.
What? Wait, this is a whole new place. Is it gonna say it? Is it gonna say that? You don't have a map for this area. Oh my god! Oh, shit! Okay. 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 No! Oh, fuck off. I hate your words, man. Come on. Slide. Wow. Okay. I wasn't ready for that one. Can you do it again? Wow. Okay. I couldn't do it in time. Okay. Alright. Send me your location. Why does it sound like a dog? Wait. Oh. Oh! I found a friend! Bro, I saved your ass. What do you mean? am Zote. The
Can't
mighty.
look at the chat. You guys are rage baiting me. Dap master.
Dude, I saved this guy's ass, and that's how he treats me. Fucking rude. Why gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Okay. Where the hell are we? Oh, we fought him. And I suppose we'll kill him again. Oh, what? Wait. Hold up a minute. Okay, well. We can hack to her.
No.
A lot of money. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Hack to her. Okay, come here. Get closer.
Oh, come on.
Oh, shit. Okay, one of them is dead. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it.
Shit, I just
Oh,
walked into her.
doing it. Oh wait. Yeah, this is the way we came from. Wait a minute. Is there a path here? Okay.
Are you serious? I hate myself.
No. No. We love you, no.
I am playing on keyboard.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
tried to play with controller and it wouldn't connect, guys.
I don't like it.
You don't like playing with controller?
No, I don't mind controller. Oh shit, let's go up there. There's a child. There's a child there.
Oh man.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Hey, child. Hey, child. Wait, what do you mean? What's a skill issue? Excuse me. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Huh? Oh, this thing. Oh, gosh. That's it. Oh! What the fuck? It's naked! Are you kidding me? Okay. Nope. No dog! Nope. Nope. Okay. Lizard. Guys, I think Nova needs lizard. It's gonna help us.
Lizard.
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 Oh.
Lizard.
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 Don't you dare say space.
Hahaha, what, you done it? Well done.
Oh, I can dash.
Don't tell me I have to fight the big bird again. Did this guy die again? Okay, no, he's not. Lizard, lizard, lizard. Oh fuck! Oh, I completely forgot. I had to heal myself. I forgot. How far is my soul?
Oh shit! I was too scared. Oh.
I was just jamming. Oh, god damn it! Fucking Hackula, stop it!
Yep.
Oh man, I'm just gonna go straight there.
Where's revenge? I immediately forgot. Listen, it's a new thing, okay?
Oh fuck! Get your fat ass out of. Get your fat ass out of my face. Okay.
Thanks for being here, though, yo guy. I hope you have fun with Minecraft.
Have fun. Goodbye. Oh, secret. Okay, no. Ninu, get soul first. Get soul first. Oh, there's another part to this? Okay. Where the fuck is my... Oh, I need to go further up. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Wow.
Yep.
Where I went? I think so. Oh yeah, this is where we saved the child. What the fuck?
Oh, that death. No, you didn't.
No. I need to get my soul. Sorry, I can't play with you. No, I want an accident to happen. Oh, okay.
Ow. Oh, you're an enemy. Oh, wait a second. I thought I was a guy that I could hang out with.
My soul! Wow. Fucking birds.
I still don't really understand why I'm supposed to fight these guys.
Wow. What if I die, guys? Okay. I'm so glad. Oh my god, guys, I have like a lot of money. Imagine if I died again. Imagine if I died again. What if I died again, guys? Huh? What if I died again? Can you imagine if I died again, guys?
Don't die again, Nino.
Yeah, I'll be real sad. Wait. Am I older in the beginning? Dying is so good? Are you sure about that? Wait.
Here it is. Anyways, nobody saw that. I died.
What did you do?
Nothing.
Uh-huh. Are you sure about it?
100%. 100%.
Eh?
Yep.
Oh my god, again. Really? Oh shit. Wow, okay. Calm your fucking ass. Fucking hack tool. Oh, thanks.
Your child. Was it there?
Not up. I go straight this side.
I think I'm gonna die to this.
No. Wait a minute. Wow. Oh! Nova.
Yeah.
I think I found her. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I found her! Come no closer, ghost.
Yep.
Oh
Have
no.
fun with that fight.
No, I'm not ready. What do I need to, avoid?
Her as a concept.
Oh.
Oh my god. Remember the
Okay.
dash? Oh, you're so right.
Oh my god! Oh shit! I bet this is so. What the fuck? Oh my god! Whoa! Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Welcome to the pain that has been my last 30 minutes at least.
Oh fuck! Fuck! Ah! Oh, I don't even have enough. Oh wait, no chance. Wait. Oh. Wow. What a bitch. Dude, you know what? I didn't actually do so bad. You know. I don't think I did so bad. I don't think so. Did I do so bad, guys? I was hitting my shots. You're hitting her.
Wait, I don't understand how to use the dash in battle.
You got a dash?
Ah! I did.
Second try? Only that was like a... Oh, oh. Please. Wow.
Yeah. I was trying to dash through him and I just kept getting hit whenever I tried to dash through them people.
Bro. Stop.
God damn it.
Stop it, Ron. Wait, it's this way. I gotta get my booty. Let me, heal up first. I wanna kill more. I wanna kill more. Kill. 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 hell? Oh. My soul is back. Look how much money I have, guys. What?
Give us the magic words.
It goes like ooh ee, ooh ah ah, ding dang, walla walla bang bang. Oh my god!
I don't understand how to fight these.
Butters! Thank you so much, you absolute legend. What the hell? Appreciate you, man. Do 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 do. Hey, wait, how you doing, Spidgers? How are you? How are you? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Stop it! Woman! Stop touching me!
We're not helping.
Okay.
Stretch.
Okay, that hurts. Oh my god, I'm gonna die again, aren't I?
You're right. You should. People! Oh my god.
Wait.
Someone's time about for like 2 seconds.
Oh.
No, don't tell me when I'm being bad. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear when I'm doing worse than I was before.
Oh my god, please. I was trying to charge it. Oh, fuck, you know. Okay. Oh my god. I almost got her. I almost got her. I'm good. Thank you. I'm not upset at all. Why would I be upset? Okay, that time is the trial. It's the one, guys.
Yeah.
Trust me. Trust me, blood. Trust me. I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's too tall for me to jump over.
Get your fat ass out of my face. Only 2? Yeah. Yeah, this next one is the one. This next one. So much trust. Yeah, trust. Wait. I'm going the wrong way. Stupid.
There you go. Got a child.
Okay. I can do it. I can do it.
Listen, I shouldn't have like 3 now.
Okay. Can you stop getting your fucking ass close to my face? Okay. Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah. Oh fuck. Oh fuck! Oh! She touched me! Yeah, what's my experience like, huh?
Oh, I wasn't there yet.
Oh, Unity, hi! Owl! Get your fat ass out of my face! Thank you very much. Guys, this is the one. Trust. Stop farting. Stop farting. Stop it! Stop it! Wait, there's 3 phases to her? Okay, so... I almost got her. I almost got her, guys. I almost got her. I almost got her. Oh. Oh. Wait. Wow, imagine if I died to that, guys. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm not gonna fight it. I lurk a lot, but I was someone to say hello. Oh, thank you for lurking. Everybody that's lurking, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
We love you.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, let me just charge up. We can do it. We can do it! Okay. Stop touching me! Okay. Holy fuck! Okay. Oh shit! Okay. Okay. Oh my god, stop! Oh fuck.
Oh shit. Ah!
Damn! Oh, I can't do it.
Oh god. 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 Oh god.
Oh, I can do it. No, I can't do it. Ah! Stupid woman.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
I get it. I get
I'm
it.
gonna die. I'm 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 gonna die. Nidu, help me. Help. Oh,
okay,
God.
okay, I'm coming.
Die already!
Who are you killing?
Myself.
Oh no, oh no. Guys, she lost it. She lost the plot. She needs help. Oh no. She's out of control. Are you kidding me? Okay. Skedaddle skadoodle. Look at my noodle.
Oh god. Oh, I should say that bench is near it.
Yeah. Is there like no seat up here? It's far. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, this is it. Okay. Okay.
This is not where I was before.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember this, man. I'm good, actually.
Oh. Oh, fuck off! Oh, fuck! I need to... this, okay? Oh god! Oh shit, guys. Guys, I might have a chance. Oh my god! We did it!
You beat her?
Yeah.
Oh
Wait,
my
where
God.
the fuck did she go? Wait!
Oh, it took Ninu less tries than me, guys.
Hard. Music. Yes, this. Oh, she's not actually dead. Oh, it opened. Oh shit! Would it seek to break the seal? They cannot be undone. They must be undone. Let's sleep. Little shadow, return to your darkness. Allow us as our peace. Oh, what the fuck?
How many times did it take me, Dabmaster?
I think I died. Oh, no. It's just the voice in my head. Hey. I should heal up.
Wait, this is where my soul was, right? Yeah.
Oh, wait. Can I... Okay.
Ow.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Yo, why the fuck is that place so empty? It's okay. Lake of Un. Un. Oh, hi. Oh, okay. Hey.
Bama to churro.
Hi again.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Nah, mi nobis.
Hi.
Okay, this is not going really well.
Oh, fucking hell! Oh, shit! Oh.
Are you serious?
Did you die?
I don't
I
want to
forgot.
talk about that. I do not want to talk about that.
You wanna tell us?
No, I don't want to. I don't think that we really need
Wow,
to talk
okay.
about that. I just, like,
Oh. How many? Is there a limit to how many times I can dash? Oh, just once. Guys, like, okay, hold. I mean, should I? Why? I don't think I'm supposed to go here, right? Yeah.
Dazzle, you wouldn't. Wait, was it there? Wait, is it? Oh, yeah, it's Alpha.
No secret tunnel? No secret. Okay. Wait, where is... I think I need to... go down. Right? Or up there? Alright, let's see.
Here. I don't want to die to it again.
Oh yeah. Oh! Wait, this... I didn't know this thing, like, refreshes.
What thing?
The blue thingy. Blue, juice. Oh wow. Crazy. I was crazy once.
Crazy. Don't know here it is. No worries about. I beat the lady boss before Ninu, but she just beat it in less tries than I took. So I don't know who's winning, but I keep dying to freaking roly-polies.
Roly-polies?
Yeah. Oh, he's gone! Oh my god, Pog!
Oh wait, the shield guys?
Roly-poly guys.
Okay. Oh, Retro, hi! Hello! We got a dash ability now. We got it. We got dash ability now. Thanks. Oh, I don't want to go here.
Baldur's Shell instead of Baldur's Gate?
When do I become stronger, guys? Do I ever become strong? Oh, I have to actually go over here. Oh. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Oh,
are you
serious? They played the clip. Gamer Girl
I don't want to talk
W.
about that. I did not want to talk about that.
I saw the clip, Nova.
No, I don't want to. I don't think that we really need to talk about that. Okay.
Like this little boyo becomes strong. Did he become a strong boy? Yay, I get here now. Oh, gosh. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Okay, I'm not gonna go there, but we could talk about it.
No.
Talk about what? Oh, Nova dying?
Nah, we don't need to talk about that.
Yeah, she's fine, guys. I believe in her. You guys should believe in her too. Down here.
That's not the way I thought it was. Oh shit!
Yeah. Oh my god. Really? You got rid of my blue shield, buddy? Oh, wait. Thanks. Ooh. Big game.
shard.
Is this the... Oh, okay. Oh, this is a completely different area. Wait. Let me go down here.
Cute. Sounds like a puppy. Why do I have to keep telling them?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Don't explode, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh. Blood. Stupid bird. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Ain't no way. Okay, oh, I'm just gonna go down here first. Ah, okay. Let's see. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Well, well, well. I'm not really keen on that. Wow, I did it again. I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Well, okay. No, it wasn't me. It was the ceiling. Wait, I should have just dashed again. Oh. Shit. Okay.
Hi, Cryptic. Hello. Hello.
Oh my god. I don't like this. Guys, this is a mistake. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I?
Nah.
Fuck. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. Okay. Okay. I can do it. Oh my god, I did it!
Cryptic can be wrong.
Fuck! No, I'm not here again. I can't be here. I can't be here, please. Take me away. I can't. If I die here, I can't. I can't. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, okay, thank god. Oh shit. I didn't die. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Yeah, I changed my mind. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. Take it back. Okay.
Ow.
Wow. Really?
I'm gonna die to
Fucking hell. Guys, I'm just dying and dying.
I'm not.
Oh.
Thank goodness.
What's here?
This is slander. Still don't have a Wikipedia.
Ah! Oh my god, stupid ass bird. Not bird, plant. I'm gonna heal up. Oh, I need to get up there? Come on. No secret? No secret path? No secret path?
It is not me speaking, and you know it's not me speaking.
Oh, gosh.
I'm trusting the process.
That's a mistake. I will not do that.
Definitely you. Okay, Cryptic doesn't know what a fox is, and he doesn't know when I'm getting affected by identity fraud or whatever.
Identity fraud?
Yeah. Ow.
Cryptic?
I know.
That's crazy. I can't believe it.
I know. It looks like he doesn't it? Maybe a little.
Oh, finally.
There's a bench over here.
And you have more than 2 HP.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
More than 2 HP.
Let's go
this way. Oh, I can dash now. Okay, well. Oh yeah. Get up here now. Wow, I touched it!
Oh, I'm so worried there's gonna be green acid.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it!
What?
Again? Oh my god, you Muppet trucker. Stupid. Stupid! That's what you get.
No, it's not there. Oh shit. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, wait, am I supposed to use it as a platform? Ow. No. No, I'm not. Well, this looks like I'm gonna die.
Thanks.
Looks more to the left, but I don't think that I don't think this area is for me yet.
Oh, fuck. Wait, forgot about that guy up there. Poor bot brain.
Ah, Jesus fucking. Oh my god, the adrenaline that just shot through my body, dude. Oh my god, need a rock.
Wow! 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 That's fucking special, Ninu. Oh man.
You're special to me.
I fell in. I fell in the water.
Ow. It's okay, I just died by wall.
Wall?
Yeah, I walked into a wall and I died.
That's rough.
I know.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, we've spoken with this guy. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh man. Oh! Fucking hell! Bullshit! Hey. Get your fucking ass here. Stupid fucking bird. Guys, I wanna go home. How do I go home? Where do I find my carriage? Oh wait, I think it might be next floor down. Down, by the river. Ooh, look.
Oh. Aww. Thank you so much for donating the bit.
Thank you for the biddy. So biddy.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you,
I don't know why
thank you.
TTS isn't working.
Hello,
TTS might
guys, wake up.
50 or 100. I'm sorry. I think there might be a minimum for the TTS with the biddies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have you been here? Oh, this is the place, right? Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I can't believe it.
She can get your copies. Dye her hair. I do want to dye my hair.
Let's go in here.
It's a luxury. It's a luxury.
Oh,
right
okay. Definitely not going this way. Where's that stupid ass plant? Ah, here. Stupid.
Hello.
Hello. Oh.
Holy shit, he hops. Ow, 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 ow.
Okay.
Ow. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die to a bush.
Don't do that.
He just belly flopped me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I died to a bush.
Oh. Okay, well, look, you didn't die. At least you didn't die to your own soul. It could have been worse.
Yeah, Lampy.
It could have been worse. You know, but it could have been worse. You could have died to your own body.
True.
Imagine.
I really appreciate you, Brian. Thank you. Oh.
Where's my candy gone? Nut! Candy nut!
Guys, I'm craving horizontal time.
You're craving what?
I'm craving horizontal time.
Oh, guys, do we let her go? Or is it your horizontal tango? She's EP, yeah.
Time. At 1 a.m.? I'm sorry. EP.
He's got the EP.
What are you guys saying right now? You gonna keep streaming now?
Yeah?
Are you gonna keep streaming?
Yes.
Are you sure? Chat, she didn't sleep at all last night.
And the night before.
She's.
Oh, fuck.
Are you sure you don't want to sleep?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm definitely not gonna sleep. Trust.
Dazza. Oh, Rainbow or Overwatch.
Oh, I found a big coin bag. Guys, I need to get back home. I need to get back home. Okay. Oh, I don't like doing that. Oh, fucking hell! Are you kidding me, bro? Thank you. Thanks, game. That was so sad, man. That was so fucking sad. Yeah, definitely can't go over there. Yeah, definitely can't go there. Yeah. Maybe I need like a double jump. Yeah. Oh fuck! Oh my god. There's no way. Please. Wait, can I go up here? No. Shit. Okay. Oh my god, Nova!
Slovenia just raided my stream.
Nah!
Everyone behave.
Good. The others going first.
Oh, they think that I live?
Thanks, Nova.
Guys, are you coming?
Nova. Yeah. I died. Oh.
Oh, I know. I witnessed that.
Yeah.
Follow her if you don't.
Oh my god.
You go, Riz. Thank you for raiding me. Of all people.
Thank you so much for playing games
Oh, yes.
with me. I love playing games with you, baby girl.
I love it too. Thank you. Wait,
The voice.
oh, I remember this.
So good.
He wanted to get in there. Oh, what is?
You're a terrible mother. oh, this, yes.
Broken.
I leave you to Amazon Prime. Love you.
Love you too. Bye bye. Oh, she left. She left. She left. Goodbye. Goodbye. Moon man. Okay, guys, I need to actually. I need to get my body bag. She hates us? No, she said Amazon Prime. I need to where was it again? Oh my god. Is it over here? Number 1. Oh. Oh. Oh wait. Do I fight this? Oh shit, I didn't know. Okay. Shit. Oh, that's kind of stinky. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, no, I can't lose to that. I can't, I'm going. I ain't got time for you. Is it because you're just sharing 89? Oh, fucking hell. Almost. Kind of rude. Actua. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, and then this way. Have a funny laugh, guys. Wait, okay. Where's my Sola? Sol. Nino Sol. Please, don't tell me I have to go. Oh, I need to go further. Nino Sol, come fight me. Oh, imagine if I died. You're a cutie. Me? I I'm a goofy goober. Oh. Okay. Well. 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 We love you, Nova. You take care of yourself, okay? You take care of yourself, okay? Okay? Oh shit, wait. There must be a secret path here. Okay. Are you the fucking hell? Okay. Guys, I'm like thousand. I just need to get home. I need to get my money home, man. My wife and kids are waiting for me. Oh, shit. Wait, it's not the way. Wait, is this the way? This is the way. Oh, down here. Thank you. Thank you. So close. Guys, I might actually just... Oh, fucking hell. Should we kill this thing? Oh, fucking hell! Okay, dang. That hurt. Okay, that's not nice. Okay, well, I mean... Oh no. Okay. Oh, fuck! Fuck yeah! Give me all the bling bong! Holy shit, that's a shitload of money! Can we fight again? Can we fight again, dog? That's a shitload. You defeated Nova's... I did? Was that the one that was... Is there anything up here? Wait. It's just... Oh, wait. Ah, come on. Spit it out. That's what I thought. Victory Riches music! Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why did fog there? Oh, the foggy thing's down here. Wait, we've been here, right? If I remember correctly. Did we? Yippee! Oh, yeah, we've been here. I remember. I remember like it was yesterday. Okay. Wow. Okay. Got #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite about to get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. You just got fun. Okay. So, if I want to get out... I mean, You know,
We had so much fun playing Fortnite. It is my favorite game.
You know what? I can fight this. Fortnite is my favorite game. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh my god! Bro. I can dash through. There you go. I finally did it! Oh. Okay, we're gonna go here to the bubbles. Bubble area. Bubbles! My favorite game! And we don't have a map for this area. Not yet. Oh, okay. Ooh, it's this side. Oh! Okay. Oh my god. Fucking hell, that hurt. What do I do with this? Oh, fuck off! Are you kidding me? Can I go through it? What do I do with it? Not yet? Oh, okay. And hello, meatballs. Oh my god, I panicked. I panic! Fuck off! No! God, fucking hell. Okay. I think this is a mistake. I think he's like maybe above or beyond. Party with it? Oh man. Okay. Oh, oh fucking damn it! Stop it, Needles! Stop it! Stop yourself! Okay. Ah, that wasn't enough. Okay. Okay. No, what? Please. Oh my god. Hey, okay, well, it's not that far, huh? Bruh. Okay. That's fine. I did it on purpose, guys. I did it on purpose, and I did it. I did it on purpose, and then I did it by purpose. Okay. Wait. Wow. Give me my soul. Goodbye, money. Don't worry, I'm getting my money back. Come on, come here. I'm not gonna die to my... Dude, imagine if I died to my soul again. Could you? Bro. Could you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Whoa. Yes, easily. Bruh. Wait, we did this last time, guys. We did this last time, right? Hey, no way. Wait. Oh, I need to go up there. Okay. I don't think I can... Can I actually get there? Oh, stop! Okay, okay. Holy fuck. Oh my God! I don't like this. Okay. Okay. Oh. Ah! Oh my god! There's no way. Ah, wow, I am so fucking challenged. Shit, brother. Okay, let's see what's up here. Hello? Oh, blue flowers. I like the blue flowers. Blue. Bluey goop. Oh. Hollow nest. What is that? Oh, I can't actually check it here. Okay, there's nothing else. Okay. Oh, wow. Shit, son. Shit. Shit. Shit, son. Oh, I'm not keen on that. Flying bush. Whoa. Okay. Get out my swamp! Is Shrek here? Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. The floor is lava. This shit again. Okay. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Hame. Oh. Okay. Wait. Oh, this side opened up. Nope, it didn't open up. Wait, can I? Okay. Damn, I thought it would go through. Guess not, huh? Guess not. Wait, did I go up here? Oh wait. Pull up. Hold up. Oh yeah, there's no path there. There's oiler! I hear the oiler! I hear the oiler. I hear it! Please, let me. Oh, come on. Wow. Wow! Guys, why am I like this? What's wrong with me? Damn. Okay, well, I'm not really keen on going through this shit again. Oh, please, for the love of God. Oh, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Thanks. Okay. Bro! Stop it! Oh wait, bubbling. Bubbling. Bubble pop. All the money. Yes, I have a shitload of money, but I'm trying to find my car. I can't remember where it was. Saw it last time. Are you? Wow, please. Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, what's down there? What's here though? Secret! 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 No secret? Wow. Secret. No secret. The bubbles are so satisfying. I mean, what could go wrong? Oh wow, that was kind of close. That's kind of close. Kind of close, but not close enough. Oh. Is it here? Is it here? Or is this bank? Oh, bank! Bank!
Gardina.
Oh my god. Yes.
Destio. Gio.
Okay. Deposit. Take my money. Exit.
Gio. Kalala.
Goodbye then. Goodbye. Oh shit, wait. Eh, it's fine.
Destio. Gio.
Yeah, okay. I just 100 is fine. To gamble, of course. To gamble. To gamble. Bank. 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 To gamble. Oh my god, guys, I have 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I couldn't go here before. Oh! Okay, that looks so cool. Oh shit! Oh, what the fuck is that? I can't get it. Come down. What the fuck did I do with that? I shouldn't be here. Okay. Oh, the cartographer is here. Wait, is he down? I mean, he's down? Okay, those are bad, right? Okay, I'll make you bounce. Hi!
Make him noise, good chin.
How much is it gonna cost me? Yes. Whoa! I dug my KB while making 6. Oh! Oh! Goodbye. Okay. That was useless. How do I, like, actually go up? Does it not get any higher than this? Oh! There we go. I hit it. Yippee! Oh, okay, I see. This is gonna take a while. Sheesh. Oh, by the way, guys, is my controller loud? Just let me know. What is this? Oh God! Sheesh. Okay. Rock. Rawr. Rawr. Oh, okay. I don't want to go there. I think I can't go. I can't. Wait. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Oh. Okay. Really? Really? Wow. Please. Please. You don't hear at all? You lying. This is like a balloon. You go funny sound. What? Oh man, I took a lucky jam. Come. Oh my god! Imagine dying to bullshit. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. You need the button masher. You need the button smasher. Smashy. What is this sim? Oh, I don't like that. Are you? Oh, fuck off! No, that's a no for me. That hell nah. Please don't give me more of that shit. Fuck, locked. Wow. Get your ass now. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back up there, aren't I? Thanks. Thanks for the money. Oh! Oh, God! Yeah, fucking dead. Fucking die. Oh, really? Wow! 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 What? Why did the small one just sound like that? Oh. Yeah, what? Surely, secret? Where's the secret? Where's... Oh, golly gosh. Kill the babies, huh? Yeah! I like to do that. I like killing the baby because it's deceased! Oh. Oh my god! Wow! Why are you back? Wow! Oh, fucking hell. Please. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. That one looks so cute. Is it gonna fucking kill me? Maybe I want to be friend. Hi. Oh. Oh! Okay. Maybe I should have healed myself. Okay. Well. Is that all you can do, huh? Oh, fuck off! Oh god! Oh god! Ah! Stop it! Stop! Stop! Oh, fucking hell! Dude, do you know where my fucking seat is? All the way here.
Get some help.
How the fuck do I get there? All the way there? Do you see this right behind me? I fucking went places. Wow. Guys, all I wanted was to go back home. All I wanted was to go back home. You know what? I am so glad that I have the bank. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if I lost all that money and then I proceed to die here because jellyfish? Could you believe it? Look at this. It hurts. It hurts. Oh gosh. Okay, so I went. Actually, I don't know. I didn't know the way down. I didn't know the way down. Down, down, down by the river. Oh, it's safe. Oh, I'm getting close, I think. I'm getting close. Holy fuck. I'm not getting close. Wait. Hold on a second. Is, where's the guy? Is this where I came from? Wait. Oh! Wow, I don't have the money. I don't have the money. This is the guy. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. I didn't have to go all the way there. Oh man. Oh well. I guess I'm gonna go there now. Guess I'm gonna go there now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Oh, yeah, this way. Oh, that's another piece. Wait, is there a secret path? Is secret path? Wait, do I get the ability to fly? Yeah, my bank has the money. Am I getting close to my booty? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Ninu. And then okay, are you for real? For real? For real? Are you for real, sis? No. Okay. Okay. 5 reels? It's like that. I'll give you 5 booms. The boom guy. Oh fuck. Oh shit! Okay. Well, no warning whatsoever, huh? Okay, am I getting close now? Wait, it's not here. Wow. Person operating the boom mic in recording crew. Oh no, I mean what do you call it? The cookies, the cookie guy. Dance. Oh, okay, I can't go that way. Wait, maybe it is the. Maybe that way was the way.
We're gonna finger it out this time.
Oh.
That's why. Sorry.
Yeah, my brain was just like, eh?
No. My dad,
Oh no.
My dad.
Costco guy. Yeah, that guy. American stuff. Yeah, 5 booms. Boom, boom, boom. Wow. Me. Kids. Wait, am I not close? Oh, hold up. Oh, he did. Okay. Wow. Going back to work. Oh wait, hold up a minute. Oh, my body is right there. Okay, hold up. Let me get. Bro, imagine if I die again. Wow. Imagine dying to your own soul. It probably wouldn't be me. Oh. Open door. I thought this. Okay. Now I'm gonna go fight it. Because I'm a real fighter. I touched the juice. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, why didn't that? Oh my god, I suck. Wow, I thought I could. Oh. Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. Why are they so goofy like this? Why are they goofy? Oh! Inspect. Charm notch. What? Okay. Do I see that in my inventory? Oh, this one? Oh wait. Seal of the Kingdom of Hollowness. Symbolizing anything. Okay, it's too much text. What? Thanks, bro. Cool story, bro.
Anger MGMT00 gifted a tier 1 sub to
Thanks, bro.
_.
Thanks,
they have
bro.
given 4,979 gift subs in the channel.
Holy shit. What a legend. Thanks, bro. Why is water not safe? I'm guessing. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Hello? Is that a cat? Oh. Wow, why do you have the jitters? I can smell leg eater. Okay. How much are we talking about? Okay. What? Show me. Am I getting scanned? Show me. What are these? A beautiful charm. I made it for you. Wow. Ain't no way. Very, very special. Okay. You're weak. Okay, thanks. You said don't go behind me, and I did. Oh wait. And do we see it here now? Do I see it? Do I see? Oh, I can put another thing. See. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm not that far off. Maybe we can make dollar bling long. Maybe we can make the dollar. Ooh. I can't. It's so foggy in here. Wow. Skill issue. Wow. Skill issue. Skill issue. Skill issue. Skill issue. Wait. Hell yeah! Okay. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Oh. What are they? They look like little whales. I don't want to go down. Secret. Oh. Where are we? Oh shit. What is up? What is up? Oh. Okay. Oh wait, I've been here. Oh wait. I've been here. She's. This is almost home. Almost home. Oh. Oh, the water is so satisfying. Well, oh yeah, now I can dash up here. Okay, not up there though. Stupid bird! Die! Die, you silly little thing! Oh, I just dashed right into it. Who's a silly goober? It's me. Oh. Wait. Oh, I can do it. Thanks. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Okay. Oh, I was supposed to drop. Okay. Okay. And then we dash from here. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay, calm your ass. Oh, why is it so far? Okay, Saws. 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 What's up here? Hey! Okay, and then... He's here. Wait, I didn't have to do that. Hey. Hey. We're going home! Remember where you parked your stag? If I ring the bell, I think it comes to me. I think. Grandpapa? Hi. Wait. Bank lady. She must be here as well, right? Wait, hold on.
Mio caro.
You wanna die? Oh shit, what is that?
Serema.
Okay. Oh. Fuck. I didn't mean to fall. Also, where's Bank? Isn't there like more Surely. Okay. Yeah. In here? Hi, man.
Bapanada.
I don't want it. The one Bank is in the deep depth of the dungeon. Yeah, why is it there? Well, I'm just gonna... I didn't have to do that. Shit, son. Well, maybe our guy can take us there. Come on. There's... Oh, cause I didn't get the other fucking place. Oh, hi. Wait, I wanted to fight you.
Serema.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell, bro. Okay, well, that's one hell of a swing. Oh man, I can't believe it. I would do that to myself. Can't believe it. Give me the coins. I can't be bothered to go up there. Wait, what's up there? Wait, there's... Oh, wow, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Need more of these nuts. Oh, okay. I don't want you kids. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Get your ass out of my face. Oh, okay. Watch me fail, guys. Wait, okay. Watch me fail, guys. Wow! Come on! Okay. Watch me not fail, guys. We saved a bunch of his kids. Where is he? Oh, he's all the way there? Oh, CBA. Nailed it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, God. Stop giving me your kids, man. How many kids? That's a lot of coins, though. Oh, fucking hell. Come on. Who farted? I heard it. I heard it! Oh. My money! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Is there a path here? Well, am I hecking blind? Did I just entirely miss this? I think I missed this part. Wait, no! Wait a minute. This is this bullshit place. Why is it not marked? Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Where are we going on? This way. This is the way. Oh! Door with an open slot. What do I do with it? What do I do with it? Put my pee-pee in it? Damn. Wow, you guys think like me. I don't know if that's worrying. Okay, so... Alright, we'll go further down. Neither thought of ukulele and sword fighting. Hi.
Mariba Usso.
Ooh. Salubra. What do you have? What do you have? Charms? Lifeblood. Have you ever drunk that bright blue liquid? New blood is beautiful, but it makes you feel much healthier, doesn't it? Cool. And then, a long nail, I know you will. It's adorable, but do you sometimes feel it could be a little longer? Hell yeah! Okay. Steady body. Okay. Shaman Stone. Are you a spellcaster? You little scoundrel. Wait, why can't I? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, I see. Holy fuck, why does it have to be... Let's buy this. Thanks. Bye. Bye-bye. And these? I just realized it's also 2 slots, right? It's not 1. Okay. Is this one? Oh, I need to go on that. Should I? I want to see. Does it feel longer? Feels the same. Feels the same. Feels the same. And just like that, I killed the whole family. Wait. There wasn't a pack there. Right? Yeah, this was the edge. Ooh, ooh. Drink oida. Yes, sir. Oida has been consumed. Oida consumed. Oh. And eat the bread. I do have a bit of my bread left. There you go. How much is... Oh. Wait, we couldn't go that way. Alright, alright. Go this way and then... Wow! Fuck you and your kids. Ew. Yucky. Stinky. Poopy. And then it's this floor. This way. Oh! I can't remember what it was. Wow. Nothing arrived so far. Little things. Wait, do you know what it is, Lampy? Do you know what it is? Oh. Yeah, I was... Oh, wow. I think I need the light thing here. That's so unsettling sound. Lampy Peak? Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. How do I get up there? How? Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, so silly of me. Can I go past here now? I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm not fat yet. I can't. I'm not big enough for this area to break, guys. How do I break it? Do I have to wait? Oh, what is that? What are those? You getting any further? Nope. Wait, how come she's like kinda sane compared to the other bugs? Is it because she sings to herself? She sings to herself. Okay, we'll just have to go straight. Fuck off! Stop it! Stop bullying me! Oh, fuck. Wow. Wow. Good question. Oh. Do you know the answer to it? Jump off. You look sad. Why, Nina? Why are you like this? If I remember right, the curse of what's the month, so it's kinda like TikTok. Okay. Thanks.
Oh, fuck.
I can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this. Can't believe you've done this.
Unfreaking believable.
Unfreaking believable. Is anything cool up there? Is anything cool up there? Anything cool up there? Fucking stupid ass bird. Nothing cool. Well, that's a shame. Now I just gotta go up and not die. Okay. Wow. Or fall. These little bugs are so cute. And then this way. Hey, I saved them. I saved them. Oh. More. Thank you. Whoa. Oh my god. More. So what is this? Damn. Oh. Hi. So we got 5. Shit. I'm on.
Make it rain.
Make it rain.
Make it rain, baby. Holy moly. Thank you so much, Abian. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. 50 years. 50 whole years. See, now we have a problem. We go all the way. Let's just go. We've already been here. Come to Nino. Oh, have I been there? Oh. Oh, I don't need that in the moment. Oh. Oh, I'm not a fan of this. Okay. No. I think that's a bad choice, man. Oh! God fucking damn it. You check your butthole. Skid up, butt up, butthole. Nya, 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 nya. Too much. Where are we going? Where are we going? Bungle waste? Oh. Yeah, I almost fell and touched a bad boo thing. What is here? Ooh, okay. What's here? Whose house is this? Wait. Wow. It's not even a house. It's not even a house. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, that way we couldn't figure out. So we going this way. This is the way of a warrior. Need a warrior. Okay, hold up. Wait, how? Huh. Huh. Okay. What a waste, huh? Oh, wait. Oh, it's not a waste. I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. What's here? Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Usually with that, I'm just smart. I'm just smart. I'm just smart. You might need to be fat. I get to be fat? Gee. How bad is this? Oh, God. Dang. Wow. Wow. Oh. Eh. Eh. Okay. So, I should aim. Oh, fuck. Fucking hell. Okay, oh, wait, it's not this. Oh, this. Sheesh. Oh my god! Wait, why the fuck am I... Nah! Nah, I can't. Bro. 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 I don't want to touch that disgusting shit. Where's my soul? Where's my soul? Wow. Oh, okay. I mean, it's a little suspicious, I must say. It's a little... Who died here? Have I? Oh yeah, I've been there. No! Get back! Oh, fuck! Okay, well. So I just have to, like... Wait. Can I destroy it? Can I destroy that? Oh, I guess not. Okay. Well. And I guess that's also another path? Oh, no. It's above. Oh. Out. Don't say anything, guys. Don't say anything. There's no way. Actually, I'm fucking dying. Stop it. I'm dying to fucking water. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Oh, hi. Hey. Okay. Where? Healing, baby. Fun. Okay. I need this. I need this, man. Come. Please don't die. Please don't die. Come. Come here. Come here. Oh. God damn. Oh, finally. We got one more. One more. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even have to. I didn't even have to. Oh. Gosh. Oh. Wow. Get me! Your soul! Oh, this one. Another door. Wait, why am I here again? Oh, nah. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, well that's a motherfucker. Please. Fuck! Oh my god! Stop it! Bro, please. Guys, why does this look like... Are you friends?
Lien Kla, Friden Laya.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks. Wait, she's gonna make me fat. Okay. Teach me the ways. Oh. Oh, it's here. Wait. Oh, great. Ugh, I need double jump for this. Okay, hold on. I don't need double jump. I'm skilled. Okay. Oh, I'm not skilled for this though. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Ninu, run! Ninu!
I'm skilled. I love that video.
Ninu! Bonk him!
Yeah?
Bonk him!
I'm not skilled.
Oh, okay. I'm not skilled. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I do miss them. I gotta play with them sometime again. Are you? Ah! Was that a woman? Oh, wait. Healed equals false. No. No, you won't. You won't. Wait. Is this a boss area, guys? Fuck it. Let's go. Woman! Woman! Nah, I can't get there. Wait. No. Okay, how stupid do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be to... Oh, man. No exploding? Guys, I'm just collecting a lot of money. Oh! Bro, fuck off. You're not doing that again. Oh my god! You're kidding. You're kidding. Okay. I have an idea. Oh my god. I can hate that shit. Okay. Oh. Dark, hi. Ooh. Sequel, please. Oh fuck. Oh, I mean. What? Blood, please. Can I? Oh. Balloon. Okay. Nah. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me, son? Are you kidding me, son? Wow. Oh, look. It's a child. I didn't know I can actually hit him from the bottom. Sounds like a people from... Oh. Oh, yes. Aren't they cute, though? Oh. He opened the door. Okay. Well. Well. Oh, I do remember being here. Wasn't there a reason why I couldn't go? Oh, he left. Bye. Oh wait, what's this about? Oh, nothing. What did you there for? Let me check it out. Oh, yeah, because I can't go through there. Brain goofy. Brain no worky. Wait, can I? Oh yeah, we already did that. Brain goofy. Goofy ah. Wait. Oh. Ah, no. Fuck it. Oh. We're gonna make it. We're gonna get to the bank. Wait. We can afford it. We can afford it. Oh my god, finally. Yes. Okay, we got this. And then we go to the bank, which is Asfort. I think it's in here. Oh, look at this.
Zupa della merma.
ETG off. That's not the one. Wood? Bro, you know what? I would. I just didn't want to say it. I'm glad you said it first. Because apparently you have to be respectful to women. Yes, you have to. Okay, wait. Oh, she's in here. Bank woman. Guys, we're gonna be rich. Bank.
Just you.
Yes. Give me my money. Withdraw. I got it. Okay. Withdraw my money. All people, Ninu. Oopsies. Oh, oopsies. Thank you for the hug. Shopping spree! Hell yeah! It's further down, right? Oh my god! Oh my god! Bing bong! Bing bong! Bing bong! Bing bong! Finally! Guys, we can travel! We could have done this like years ago. Coffee went all out. White coffee out. Thank you for the pen.
Patmos, Jill.
Okay, I have to buy this, right? Okay. Oh shit! One more piece left.
Patmos, Jill.
Oh shit! Wait, is this another piece of it? Oh, that's a fucking different. Oh.
Patmos, Jill.
Oh, I should have got the key. What's this? Living a. Yes, I'll buy this. Burp. Burp. Thanks. Me and my broke ass now. Me and my broke ass. I'm gonna put this on. What's it that I have? Increase range. And
Bapanada.
oh, she doesn't have anything good. There's your fruit. My balls. Oh, okay. I gotta make some money, huh? I gotta make some money. Gotta make some money. Alright. Lady Mystic. Hello. I have cookies and ice cream. Okay. You didn't have to tell me that. You didn't have to tell me that, man. Okay, I'll go this one, right? Happy days and happy gaming! Yeehaw! Wait, I'm gonna sit here. I don't want to go through that animation again. Vinala. Valhalla. Vinala. Okay, so where do we go? Oh yeah, not there. Oh, not that one. Cookies and cream. Cookies and cream. I'm oh, it's berries and cream. I forgot. Berries and cream. Berries and cream. I'm like berries and cream. Okay, that's not a path. Good to know. Good to know. Oh! Oh, thank you. Oh my god, I should have gotten that. Wow. Wow. Path? No path? No, ma'am. We've already been this way. Oh yeah, we can't. We can't go that way. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my days. Oh, fuck off! What? It ricocheted in my face! Bro, why? Why? Fucking hell! I didn't ask for this. Okay, why are we on your head? Because, Home sweet home. Ha! 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 What's here? Oh, nah. I am eating a cheeseburger for dinner? No buns though. And I have fries! Can someone arrange teleportation so I can make food and send it to people I like y'all? Aww. It's gonna bite me in the butt, isn't it? Oh no, is it gonna be back? Oh no, it's not. Wait, why can't I? Baby. Stupid baby. Stupid baby. Stupid baby. Stupid baby. No, I'm gonna nap baby. No, you're wrong. I'm gonna nap baby. Holy fuck. I don't need nap. You need nap. You baby. I'm not. I'm not. But guys, yesterday I was playing some Overwatch. And then this guy asked me, how old are you? I said 12. Oh! He's here! Wait, there was a reason why I got... There was a reason why. I think I know why. Because I'm challenged. Ah, cause... Fuck this shit. Okay. Maybe there's another path that we can go. If I go oh, okay, there's no. The terrible boy on Overwatch shouldn't disclose their age. People are just crazy. So how do I get rid of the darkness? How do I get rid of that? Do I need to... That's a no. I feel like I've been everywhere in this place. Stick your pee-pee in it. I knew it! Oh wait, hold up a minute. Is there? Oh, okay, I thought it was... This is the point in the game I normally give up. It loses all momentum around here and several other places. Do I have to like just grind and get the money? Is that what it is? How to remove darkness from one soul? Easy. Let me walk you through the steps. Step 1. Find a flashlight. This flashlight can take the form as a flashlight. Second, you're going to want to turn the flashlight on. No way. No way. I think I just gotta make money, right? Okay. I just gotta make money. Where can I grind the money? Turn flashlight on. Yes. Where to? The easy place to farm. You need to find a specific boss for a power. Oh. Bollocks. Ah, gosh. Have you gone as far through the fungal area as you can? Yeah. Pretty much. Oh, wow. Skills. Pretty much been everywhere. I think I just go to farm. I'm just gonna farm the money. I'm gonna farm your money. I'm gonna farm it. I'ma do it. Would anything reset? Has anyone really been far? Even if this is in use, even want to do it look more like? That makes sense. My brain comprehend. Yay. Okay. Oh, hey. Oh! Shit! Bro. Calm your fucking... Oh, fuck. Nah. Don't do what I did. Okay. Hey, remember when I said shit about farming? Fucking farming? Yeah, it's not working out, huh? Stupid bird. Ugh. Yay. Hey. Alright, let's go kill this guy again. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Ooh! 45 gold! I need more. Oh wait, is there a reason why I couldn't go up here? Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, nah. No. I ain't want it. Give me your money. Thanks to you playing this game, I just continue my game and beat the Hollow Knight for the first... You did? Let's go! Let's fucking go! Damn, nice! Nice! Okay. Ug's lullaby. Is it your bedtime, Ugg?
Sleep.
Go to sleep.
I will shit on your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shit on your face. You will sleep very tightly and tuck in your bed, and I'll shit very quietly, and you will be asleep. I hope that really helped you go to sleep.
Wait, she doesn't have anything? Tomorrow you can take on the Radiance. The Radiant? And congrats! Oh, congrats. And now you get to sleep! You get to sleep? Oh, Nova died to that, didn't she? Or Nova. Or Nova. Or Nova. Or Nova. Or Nova. Yeah. Stupid bird. Stupid bird. Stupid boy. Who farted? Oh, this so far dropped down. Okay. Oh, why is this big? She said. This is she said. Oh wait, come here, come back. Come back. That's what happens when you touch it like that. Oh. Oh man. Whoa. Oh, I want it. I want it. No secret. Hey, give the bloop. Give the. Oh, is that it? Daddy. Secret. Where's the secret? Where's secret? And then we did it all, huh? Bye, old lady. No path here. Oh yeah, this way. This is where I came from. Wait. Should I? Is this just oiter? Oh, what the hell? This is just oiter. Oh, hell. Hells yeah. Oh. You did. Go on. Oh, there's nothing here. Wow. Nothing but disappointment. Nothing but disappointment. Nothing. Disappointment. 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 Dang. Funny. Really funny sound. Okay. Oh man. Okay, what's Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Okay. Secret tunnel! Okay, we need to get... How much was it? 1,000 something? Okay. Supplies! Oh, okay. Get touched. Actually... Oh, God. Oopsies. Stupid thing. Wow! Are you kidding? Oh. Bullshit. Stupid. I hate those birds. I hate them with a passion. Was there a path up here? Not up here, but... Oh yeah, we can go there. Okay. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Thanks. Hey, thanks for the money. Ooh, the mountain! Okay. Oh, let's see, we haven't been here for a while. Oh. Secret tunnel! Oh. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Oh, let me get this. Secret tunnel! Oh. Oh, these guys are paint to get. Wow. But they look so cute. I bet there's a plushie of them. Oh! Wait, I saved another. Hi. Molly. Oh, shit. What is this? Grub song. What is that? What is it? Contains the graduate of freed grubs. Gain souls when taking damage. Oh. Thanks. Thanks, Pop. Oh. Go here then. Too much text. Oh my god! No panic! No panic, guys! No panic! No panic! No panic! No panic, okay? No panic! Is that just a normal Nino brain noises? Yeah. Explode! Oh. Explosion! Hey, no, hi! Okay. Wow. Oh my god. Almost. Fucking almost. Are you... Okay. Oh, we're halfway there, guys. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. Do I get money from booze? No. Wow. I'm just heartless. I'm just heartless. I killed a bird. I killed him. I killed him. And I enjoyed it. Oh, fuck. Okay. I won't say it. I won't say it. You cannot. I will not fall.
Welcome to the family Autumn Blessings.
Autumn's Blessings. Thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing? How you doing? Hi, doing? Is it secret? Is this money? Wow! Oh shit!
Autumn Blessings just raided my stream.
Oh my
with 23
god!
viewers.
Welcome
Everyone
in! Welcome in! Hi!
You get to hear my following song. I'm
Hello.
I'm crumpled.
Raid Bongo! Hi!
You can get up at any time. I just like this.
Oh, doggy. Doggy.
I just...
Are you a bunny too?
I don't mind it. The floor is nice.
And you a bunny?
It's not bad.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is it an old one?
There we go.
Oh, wait, no, you're a fox.
Goodbye, chat.
Phoenix fox. Oh, hell
Autumn
yeah, that's
prefers it
cute.
when it's big.
You're looking very cute. See a fox. Oh, pretty. I love how jiggly it is. I love how jiggly it is. Thank you for rating me. My name is Ninu, guys. I play all sorts of games. I'm the most innocent thing that you'll ever see in this whole world.
10 more seconds.
And today I'm playing
9, 8,
5, 4.
today I'm playing
3,
Hollow Knight.
2, 1.
Wait
Happy
a-
New Year.
Oh shit!
Ah, delicious.
Wait, did he eat a bag?
Yep. There you go. That's the chat eating.
Did you eat
The chat.
microwaving
Eating.
chat? Oh! I ate chat. Hell yeah.
Brush.
Hell yeah. Ninu is innocent. See? Angel. 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 Ninu Angel. Angel. I would never do anything wrong. I would. An angel who shows feet. Yes, I will show feet. There you go.
The aroma of high-end dining.
Wait, can I stream like this?
Lefts.
Wow, wait, I could, right?
Lefts.
I'll just wait, put my legs like this. Feet do. Yeah. You like it, guys? You like it, guys? I can be your angel. Oh, your devil. I can be your angel and I can be your devil. Nina, you're streamed as a literally talking feet before. I know, but I mean, feet. Feet. No, I'm not just a feet. I have personality. Oh, fuck. I have personality. I swear it. I have personality too. Hi, Anknitty. Hello. Autumn, thank you for bringing all your lovely people in here. If you have to go and do adult things like nom 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 nom, big personality. Hi, Depop. You go do that, and thank you once again for bringing all your lovely people in here. Soon, hell yeah. Goodbye, personality. I can. Do you demand it? I can do it. Wait. Hold up. I can do it. Look. If I go, this one. Look. See ba onion? Look. Personalities. Oh wow. Personality, guys. Personality. Oh god. Personalities. Oh wow. Really? I got that too. Hell yeah. Overlayered personality. I showed Anya. Please respond. I showed personality and please respond. Oh wow. Hold up. Damn. Oh damn. Damn. I'm sorry. Fuck. Naked. No. I remember those days. My poor little innocent eyes. I've seen things. Wait, did I sit on here? Did I? I don't know. Oh, sat again. I sat on it. Ninu has seen things. Oh yeah, it was yeah, I've seen a lot of things. It's traumatizing that I don't even remember. I don't even remember. I don't even remember. Okay, where are we? Where are you? Why no? Have I not explored this area? Stupid thing, I don't like you. Oh, I like that clip. Oh, isn't that cute, little bug? Oh, shit. You know what? I remembered. Invader Zim friend. Oh, hell yeah. That's what. Oh, God. No, come back. Oh, what? Stupid thing. Only 6 coins? 6 whole coins? Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? I gotta be over here and get a drink. Oh, everybody, make sure you're hydrating. Unshrimp. I have unshrimped it. Oh, well, I guess I haven't really explored this whole place. The music is so chill though. Oh. Can I actually get up there? Oh, I can. Oh. Oh, what? Oh! Bro. Dude, what if I died? What if I died? That was so close, Ninu. That was so close. I can't believe it. Okay, before I go there, wasn't there? Oh yeah, this. Oh, you think me stupid? Come on. Come on. Think me stupid? It's like the flower in Super Mario. That eats you. Right, that's Yoshi. You are a very cute. You're a very cute fox. Very cute. Can I touch your ears? Oh, it's fine. Everything's safe. Bro. What's down here? Oh, wait a minute. Have we been here? Oh yeah, of course we've been here. Ew. Good night, sleep well, thank you. You take care, okay? Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you brush your teeth. Make sure you don't forget to wee-wee. Bruh. Have I? Oh yeah, I did. Oh my god! Oh, I was scared. I was scared. I was petrified. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. Benoy. Benoy. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Everybody tuck. I was about to say something silly, guys. But I didn't say it. It was gonna be about my pee-pee. It was gonna be about my pee-pee, guys. I was gonna say something about my pee-pee. Okay. Okay. Shit! Down, down, down by the river. I mean... Look, you would also talk about your pee-pee. I would not really? Oh, yeah, I need to get up there. Dange. It's dange. I fell. I fail. My pee-pee stays in my pants where it belongs. Oh, dang. That's... Yeah. Is there a reason... There was a reason why I did... Fucking hell. Bro, I'm gonna do it. Okay, don't go there. You know, there's nothing there. Where's the music? Where's me? Is it like Final Fantasy? Wait, you guys played that, didn't you? I just played that. I guess if it was a doctor, then I suppose. Oh, Dr. Angie? I'm not that kind of doctor, I know. But, you know, it's funny. It's funny. Oh yeah, we couldn't go that way. Okay. Oh, okay. There's... Oh, hold on a minute. Hold up a minute. Is there... Is that... Why does it look like it's gonna be? Oh, wow. It's the same freaking place. Wow. Wow. No. Oh, guys, you know what's in my head? Pogo. Pogo is in my head. Pogo is in my head. Wait. Oh, I thought I was a chase. Almost got me there. You almost got me there. Oh, shit. I'm gonna bleed when I cut myself while cutting veggies. Oh no. sweetie. Thank you, Angie. You like corn? Yeah. Oh. Well, I fail. Wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Oh. Wait, hold up. Let me do it. And I'll do it for you. And I'll do it for you. Oh. Pogo. I gotta look here. Okay. Data in Picard. Yeah. But who won the race? Me? Bro. La Shiriscala. La Shiriscala. Sheruka. La Shiriscala. Sherka. I'm lost. At all. Cheer up, my lad. King out and lost. At all. Oh shit. Okay. Yell Greyhawk. In faith, I do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Plucked the rose. I compare thee to a summer's day. Ba 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 ba. Idle. Ba 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 ba. Up my lad. Come cheer up my lads. To have loved. Oh. Oh god. La Shiriscala. Shiriscala. Sherka. Oh, I didn't loop it. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful. Where's my cursor gone? Whoa! Wait! Whoa! Touched the rope. Shall I compare thee? Shall I compare thee? No, I didn't have to buy the music. It's a good jam, right? Oh. I was tripping. Yeah. Can I listen to it again? Yes, Encore! La la, shitty scala. La la, shitty scala. Share a car, share a car. Bow, 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 bow. La la la, shitty scala. La la la, shitty scala. Share a car, share a car. Yeah, 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 yeah. I know, but I don't want to annoy everyone. Cause sometimes I could get into it, you know. Come cheer up, my lads. Come cheer up, my lads. Oh, I don't have a. At all. Cheer up, my lads. Cheer up, my lads. To have. Wow. Shoot. The rose. TL group. I do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to a summer's rose? Oh fuck! Do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? You have loved enough, ba. At all. Come cheer up, my lads. Come cheer up, my lads. Oh. Interrupt. Oh! Scala. Silla. Oh, fuck off. Oh. I forgot. Oh my god. Wait. If I... Oh! This is when Nova died. Well, good chow, huh? Like that? Okay. We gotta get our money back. And we can't die getting our money back. La, shitty scala. Needle la la. Scala. Share a car. Share a car. La la la. Shitty scala. La la la. Shitty scala. Share a car. Share a car. Da 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 da. At all? Oh, come on. Rob my legs. Let it to have yours.
Yeah.
To have yours and yours. Cheer up, my lad. Cheer up, my lad. Oh. Okay. Oh, I touched him. The rose. You look very hot. Longing for anything. Do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to some? Oh wait. In faith, Feel like a berry. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Up my lad. Cheer up my lad. Topic the topic. He's quite naughty. La la la. Shitty Scala. That was my. Oh fuck. Somewhere here. Where did I leave my body? Where's my body? Oh. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, we got this, didn't we? Oh! Oh! Dude, okay. I need to... Okay. Okay. Shitty Scala. Shitty. Lost. Cheer up, my lad. Cheer up, my lad. Oh shit. Cheer up, my lad. Oh fuck. Okay. Hell yeah, baby! Oh. Oh no. Oh! It's a trap! Boulders! Boulders Gate! Yeah, sorry, I have it looped. Let me lower it. No, sorry. Sorry guys, I'm sorry. Shall I compare thee to some day? Oh, fuck me! Oh no, no. Oh man, I can do it. I can do it. Hello? Oh, fuck you. I kinda don't wanna be here. Is there stuff up there? Is there a path up there? What's up there? What's up there? I don't think it's a path. It looks like a path. It looks dead. Yeah, let's get out of here. What are you sorry about? Oh. Well. Bro. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? We are getting close. We are collecting the bling blong. Anyone wanna fight me? I'm dangerous. I'm dangerous. Enjoy playing all night. I will, don't worry. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's two of them, in fact. Even better. Why is the other one not waking up? There we go. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Okay. Stop! Stop it! Stop it! Oh, shit. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay, I need help. I need help. I don't want to go like somewhere and then get fucked up. You know? Okay. Like for example, if there's like a rose. Stupid. Stupid. Date. Good night, Bongo. Sleep well. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I will shit on your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shit in your face. Wow. That's so sad. You will sleep very tightly and tuck in your bed. Oh, I don't like this meme. Oh my god! Holy fuck. You know, sit very quietly and you will be... Bro. Come on. Come on. Something sus is here. Come on. Fight me. Wait, no, I'm going to nap clean, baby. Where's the trap? Where's the fucking trap? Oh yeah, wait, there's a chair in here. Yes.
Bamato churro.
No, no, no. I don't want to choke you. Okay, I want to test out something. Okay, there's nothing there. Guys, are you hydrating? Are you hydrating? I was testing the water, okay? I was testing the oil. I mean, it looks like I kind of have... I'm hiding with orange juice? Hell yeah, I love orange juice. Okay, orange juice or apple juice? Whoa. Can I even get up here? Oh, I can. Yeah. Oh, that was unnecessary, huh? Unnecessary. Daddy! Hello?
Waffles.
What the heck? Where the heck? Man. Oh, wait. Heh 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 heh. Okay. I hear sounds coming from here. I gotta be lurking around the place, but wanted to say hi. Hi! Make sure you are hydrating. Yes, sir, I'm hydrating. Oh! Guys! Secret! Ah! Secret! Secret! Wait, are you fucking with me right now? Bruh! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Oh, man. Like... Oh, wait! Oh... Was there some spiky stuff here? Secret tunnel! Come. Come here. Come play with me. Oh, fuck! Oh! That's not where I wanted to go, but, it's okay. Oh. Ow. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. You found the secret tunnel. Found the secret tunnel. Oh! Oh! What? Stupid. Date. Is there another one here? Thank you for dying. Oh shit, wait. There? How do I get there? Oh gosh. Hehe. Somebody died. How do I get there? Is there another secret? Is there another secret somewhere? Oh, it's... Oh my god, it's right here. Is there a secret? Is there a secret? Oh shit, wait. Oh, what? Where's... Oh! Get out of here. Get out of here, Stinky. This is a secret place, guys. Wait, is it though? No, it is. I mean, it's not really, but I just didn't go here. I'm waiting. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Well. Is there another one? Is there another one? Be gone. Is there another one? Damn, holy shit, I'm so paranoid. It's right here! Oh! Whoa! Oh my god. What the hell? Stinky! And the bug was stinky too. Wait, I'm not stinky. The buggies are. Is there a path up there? Is there a path up? Oh, I'm loaded. I'm loaded. Where? Where? Oh, gosh. No. Travel. I gotta travel. I gotta go home. Wait, is this? I do not recall. I think I remember just getting hurt there. Hey, Renax. Isn't it your bedtime? Isn't it your bedtime, sir? Stop! Okay. Stop it! You. Wow, okay. Come on. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Guys. Is there a path there? Not down there, right? Right. I'm gonna do it. Oh! There is something there! There is something there. Okay, well. How do I... Okay, I've got 2 more tries, guys. No, never mind. I'm not doing this. I can't do it. I can't do it. This is so embarrassing. Anyway, maybe there's a... Wake up! Oh! Oh my god! I can't believe myself. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, gosh. Ain't no way. Guys, I'm gonna die. Okay. Bruh. Nah. I ain't risking shit anymore. I'm not risking the bit. Coward? What do you mean, coward? You couldn't... Oh, fuck. Wait, I got this. Where the fuck was it? How fucking far is it? Oh, don't die, Ninu. Don't die, Ninu. I was so tempted to just die again. It's good that I didn't, huh? It's good that I didn't do that, right, guys? Could you imagine if I did that? Could you imagine if I... Why would you do that? Because I'm an idiot? Why else? Why else? Because I'm a goofy goober. Come on. Why is it so scary? I can't get up there. I remember when I hurt my little toesies there. Oh my god! Oh my god! Stop! Stop yourself! Stop yourself! Stop it! Stop it! Don't zone do it! Zone do it! Zone do it! I give myself a heart attack. Is it down here? Oh, that's so... Okay. So far. So far. Okay. Wow. Don't get greedy. Stinky poopy head. Mister. Oh my god, so fucking far. Oh, crikey. Come on. Where are you? Explode. Well, did you guys hear that crack? Did you hear my back crack? Somebody died and it wasn't me. I mean, I did die, but... a while back. Yeah, I did a big switch. Oh yeah, oh, you opened it. Okay. I can't believe it. I cannot believe. Wait. Not up here. Gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go. Again. Where is my soul? Where's my... Oh. Okay. Stupid. Soul! Where's my soul? Soul! Where's my soul? Where is it? Where the fuck? Am I blind? Where's my soul? Oh, maybe it's up? Oh, where's my soul? What? Oh, it's down there. Okay. Alright, which... Okay. Is this safe? Oh. I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. Hey. Oh god. I thought I had my thing, but I didn't. I got my soul back. Give me soul back. Be gone. Oh man. Oh yeah, we were making our way downtown. No, we were trying to make it home. Make it home. Okay, do I just keep going this way? Will I Fuck, Nino. Will I ever find home? Will Nino ever find home? Home sweet home. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You paying me. Wow. Scam. Yeah. Hey, secret. Secret. I've already done this. Oh, Karin. Hi. Hi, Electro. Welcome back. Oh, okay, I'll go down here. Wait. Where's the fastest way? Oh. Ah! Okay, you stink. Why can't I reach you? Okay, fuck that. I'm not gonna go there. I will not. I say I will not. Oh. Yay. Okay, we gotta make it home. I gotta make it home. I mean, we could just... No snip snap? No snip snap? Uh-oh. No snip snap. Oh, there's nothing here. All that for nothing. No. No touching, please. No touching. I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like it when you do that. Oh, secret? No secret. Something must be here. There's nothing there. Wow. Where am I heading to? Oh, this guy. This old fella. This old little fella. So I want to go up. I kill myself. I really kill myself. Oh. Thanks. Thanks. Ugh. Are we there yet? Guess in this way? For Bluey. Only $5? Only $5? Oh. Stop it! It's a mosquito. It's a mosquito. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. I gotta go this way. It's a mosquito. Be gone. Be gone. We're gone. Guys, I've hydrated too much. I've hydrated too much, guys. I gotta go toilet. I go quick wee wee. Yeah, you can watch some clips, okay? You need to need to potty. What the fuck? Why would you say that? What the hell? I go toilet. I go toilet. Shit, son. That's what they're doing in the song. Ah! Oh fuck! No! Okay. Fuck's sake! I didn't know I could swim. Oh fuck! I'm done.
Look at this! It's Felix? Felix, right? Felix? Ari... Isn't it Felix? Is it...
Can you drive it? I want to see if it works while I'm in here.
Oh, it's funny. No way! No way, Jose! I'm back! I'm back, guys!
Oh my god.
Oh, look, I get
No
yeeted.
way. No way that fucking happened.
Wow! That was funny.
What the fuck?
That was funny.
What the fuck just happened?
What just happened? Oh, I gotta calibrate. It's Gary's time. It's Gary's time. We were... Oh, order. 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 Wait. Wait. For what purpose? For what purpose? For what purpose? Hey, Psycho. How you doing? How's it going, dude? How's it going, dude? Isn't there a seat somewhere here? Yeah. How's it going, dude? How's it going? Had a good RP. Oh! What was it? Is it D&D or a different? I got your seat right here. Bro. Come on. Dude, you know what I was about? I was about to say, Pathfinders, hell yeah. I was about to say, seat on your lap. Oh, seat on my lap. Oh, fuck in hell. Face, oh my god. No. No. I didn't say it. You said it. Hey, what about my 12 orange? I killed birds. I killed birds. I killed them. I killed them for fun. Wait, what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This. Is that oiter? Is that oiter? Oh, it's safe. It's safe. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yeah. I said 12.4. 12.4. And I'm still growing it. I'm a grower, not a shower. Wait. Oh, it's fine. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god! No, wait! Why am I like this? I fucking deserve that, to be honest. I deserve that. I deserve that. In all honesty, I deserve that. I deserve that. Hi. You have money? You have money for Ninu? No goodies. I'm gonna kill your babies now. Wow. Maybe I'll keep them alive. Damn. Surprise! Surprise! Surprise attack! Hell yeah! Where's the money? Where's the money? Oh, guys, we're going shopping. This guy's still here. Hi, Grandpapa. Hi, Grandpapa. Okay. Hi. Finally, guys, that key. Simple key. I swear, if this does not work, I don't know what I will do. Right now, time to take it for the hydration. I have a key. I have a key. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. See. Oh my god. We did it.
Really?
Oh.
Pomamututa.
No. Yeah, I saved you. I'm Gigi. Okay, what do you have? Hi. You have money? You have money for Ninu? Wait, no goodies. I'm gonna kill your babies now.
What, darling?
You seem to be free of regret. What? What? Wow. What? Why? That was... Bro? Really? What? What? What's the point? I'm full of regret. I'm full of regret. And I can't buy anything. This seems fine. No? Okay, we don't need to go here anymore. Is there another shop? Is there another shop somewhere? Yeah, we can't go there. There's nothing there. Bro. For real? For real? For real? Bruh. 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 I see what you mean by that. It's like this. If you don't want to go retrieve your soul, she brings it back for you. Oh, that's all she does? Where's the fun being fair? Man. What do I do now? I gotta find that woman bug. Would you like a hint? Yes, please. Yes, please. Give hint. Give hint. Okay, I go nap because it's 4 AM. It's 4. Jeez. Sleep well, Lappy. Thanks for being here. I'll catch you tomorrow. Well, I mean today. We think about other stuff now. Since nothing there. Like this. My name Neve. My name Neve. My name Neve. This station. That's new for me. Somebody playing? They're violent. Oh, it's not. Okay, well. Well. There's a place you can get under the fungal waste. Oh? All the way down there? Or which down? The first down or the second down? When it's closest? Is there a way I can zoom in? Yeah, go right and then down. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, these things? Oh my god! Please stop it! Stop it! Stop it! You hurt so bad! Okay, alright, down here, right? Down here. And then, not this one. Next one. This is just a dead end. A dead, yeah. He gone. Hey. Hey, please. Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Whoa! Wait, why you hurt? Why you hurt like that? Wait, how do I... Is there, like... Here? This way? How do I... How do I get up here? This is the path, right? Sir? I can't fly. Is there a secret? Is there a secret somewhere? To the right? You gonna say this? Oh, that one? The other one? That goes down? Further down? No guess. The lower point in the map, I'm guessing. Yeah, I think that's the one I need to go to. Okay. Where are the Barbies? Where are the Barbies? Where are the Barbies? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? BRB nap time. You sleep well, Nadarok. Thank you for being here and you being so cool. Here you go. I don't like that thing. Wait, wait. Fuck. I don't like that shit either. Okay. So, Sir? Okay. Is there a wait a minute. Can I, like... Okay, that's not... I thought it was gonna bounce me. Nope. Do I need to use... Do I? No. Wait. Do I need to go further... Right? Wait, I have actually not... Wow. Progress, guys, progress! Whoa. That's dangerous. Dangerous. Wait, what the fuck? Oh! Oh shit! I'm sorry! I thought we were friends! I'm sorry! I thought we were friends! Are there any babies I can kill here? Hold up. I gotta farm a little. I'm not fighting. Oh fuck no! Fuck no! Oh shit! Yeah. Damn! I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. You're so cooked, man. I'm so cooked. Okay. I just gotta. Wow. What if I like? Okay. Oh my god, it's dead. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I did it. Okay. Oh god. Be gone. You filth. You filth. Oh my god, I'm scared. Okay. Yeah! Oh. Is there a secret here? Oh fuck. Huh? Whoa, shiver me timbers. Go easy, man. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Should I go down there? Hey, come. Don't do it. Oh my god, don't do it. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. Oh my god. Thank you for dying. Oh, yes. Oh my god. I can't wait to walk onto like a bomb or something. Why is there no... Where's no... Oh my god. Oh, why is it so dark there? I'm dead. Dead. Where's the bombs? Where the bombs at? There's nothing here? Okay. I guess I'm going further down then. Oh. Oh, I touched it. I touched it again! Oh, fuck off! No! How? Oh, holy shit! There's... Why is it so far? Why is it so far? Why is it so far? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Time to get walking. Yeah. Wait, how much money did I have? How much money did I have? Was it a lot? Wait! Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh my god, wait. It's useful! It's useful! It's useful! Remember that thing? With the key that we unlocked? Give me my booty back. Give me my booty. Those things. Really? Can you give me? Can you? It can be okay, but I'm very hungry. Perhaps you'll be willing to part with a little food. Yes. What, darling? Come back! Come back! It's safe. Thanks. Bye-bye. This is what the rancid eggs are for. Ah! I can buy more eggs. More eggs? More eggs? More... Oh, it doesn't have... Oh, maybe I need to go to a different store. I think Queen Station is closest. Wait. I think I'll save here, guys. I'll stop here because my back is feeling funky. Funky! It's saved, right? It's saved, right? Any progress will be saved. Thank you. Thank you, game. Funky monkey. Yeah. Wait, what achievement do I have? Oh my god, I only have... Acquire your first child. Like a Bible. Oh, what? 112% game completion and finish the game. What is that? What do you guys think of the game? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do you guys like it? You guys like it? Do you like it? You guys like it? Should I play more of it? It looks okay. Am I winning? Am I winning? This is a good game. Oh, wait. Where's Silkworm? Silkworm, Silk Song. What time does it come out? When does it come out? Oh. Because tomorrow is today for me. Ooh, 11 hours? What is that? Netflix, 10 hours, holy shit. Like this. 12 hours from now. Meow. 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 Oh, somebody's playing League of Legends. Legend of Leagues. Oh, what is this? We can read Punk Pop. Punk Pop. They are on day 5 of their Showdown, and they are playing a water park simulator. Honestly, game sounds kind of interesting. But you know, like I've seen a lot of like water park accidents that I think I'm too scared. I'm too scared. Thank you guys for coming. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming. Thank you for bearing with my shit and being okay with me being a doofus. I love you all. These nuts. Bye guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah? 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 I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Yum 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 yum. Oh wait. Feet.